To order the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Monday, May 16th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois. Here. Councilmember Philseth. Vice Mayor Ku. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. Our first item is a potential closed session, which is a conference with the real property negotiators regarding a property at 445 Bryant Street, and with a limited liability company, DBA Form Fitness City. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item before we take a motion to go into closed session? Okay, we have one speaker so far, Rebecca Eisenberg. You're welcome to speak.
I'm not going to take up these 3 minutes. I just want to remind you all that according to the Brown Act, as described in, as explained in the League of California Cities Guide to the Brown Act, in its Chapter 5, Closed Sessions, page 47, it clarifies that it might be page 40, I think it's 47, with regard to real estate negotiations, the only aspects that are entitled to be withheld from the public include the term and terms of payment and the actual price. Now, cities have been able to roll some other things into that, but the nature of the lease is not something that is entitled to be held private. So I couldn't find in any of the materials what kind of potential arrangement is going to be had at 445 Bryant, which I think is a garage, but I could be totally wrong. That's just according to Google Maps, and this fitness company. Maybe it is somewhere in the materials, but I ask that that the nature of that relationship be disclosed for the public. Obviously, I'm not asking for the price or the terms of payment, but I'd like to know what is the proposed development happening there? Is it a gym or something else? Once a lease is being negotiated, it sounds like it's in the works. So that would be helpful. And that's all I'm asking. And thank you so much for considering that. I don't expect you to answer that question right now, but I hope that that information will be released in a reasonably prompt manner. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And just for the record, the listing of the item on our agenda is the negotiating party is Isra Fit LLC, a California limited liability company doing business as Form Fitness City. So on that note, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
I will second that. And I see no commenters on the council. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth. Sorry. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack. Yes. Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. So we will now go into closed session. Which will move forward item 14 to begin at approximately 7 o'clock. Thank you. from a closed session. And we have just concluded item number. We have two orders today. The first being a proclamation recognizing National Police Week from May 15th through May 21st and National Police Officers Memorial Day on May 15th. And Councilmember Stone, would you like to read the proclamation?
Yes, happy to, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So the proclamation for National Police Week, May 15th through May 21st, 2022, and National Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 15th, 2022. Whereas the United States Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th, 2022 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week. And whereas the members of the Palo Alto Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of its citizens. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the Palo Alto Police Department has grown to be a modern and progressive law enforcement agency, which unceasingly provides a vital public service. And whereas the city of Palo Alto asks all citizens to join in honoring the police officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so, have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Now, therefore, Patrick Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th to 21st, 2022 as Police Week, and urge all citizens of Palo Alto to observe Sunday, May 15th, 2022 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those peace officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty.
And I see we have Chief Johnson and Deputy Chief Bender here to receive this, so I'll come present that. Yes, you know what? Slowly.
You got it. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, I would just like to personally, and as well as Chief Bender, thank you. It's an honor to take this and receive this on behalf of the men and women of the police department who do serve this community extremely professionally and dedicate their lives to this career. And so it's very humbling to accept this. Tomorrow, I hope many of you can join us as we honor those officers who have served this city that have lost their lives. We've had 3 of those officers over the history of the Palo Alto Police Department, and tomorrow we'll honor them at the memorial over on at the park. So I hope you can join us, and if not, feel free to stop by anytime and just wish the officers well, because it is a profession that's struggling right now. There's been a lot of loss, not only in our profession, but in our communities. And we also honor those that have lost their lives throughout our country over the last, especially weekend. It was quite a traumatic weekend. I know we'll be honoring people that lost their lives later tonight. But again, thank you for this. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Chief. And our next item is a proclamation recognizing Emergency Medical Services Week, May 15th through May 21st. Councilmember Cormack, would you like to read the proclamation?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas EMS professionals are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, occasionally 366, and whereas quality emergency medical services care dramatically improves survival and reduces mortality and morbidity, and whereas emergency medical services have grown to fill a gap by providing essential out-of-hospital care, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, and emergency physicians. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams engage in specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week with the theme EMS Strong, Always in Service. Now therefore, Pat Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim and call upon all citizens of Palo Alto to observe the week of May 15th to May 21st, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which our community may join in recognizing the important public safety contributions of our emergency medical technicians and paramedics.
Thank you. And I see we have Chief Blackshire here and Deputy Chief. Thank you. Please come forward.
Okay, good. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Geo Blackshire from the Palo Alto Fire Department, Fire Chief. This is a very important week for us. President Ford, back in 1974, originally authorized EMS, National EMS Week in the country. And the year after Palo Alto Fire, we got our paramedic program in service right after that. So we've been doing this and been in the paramedic business for quite a long time. And even though we'd like to appreciate or acknowledge the efforts of our paramedics and EMTs every day, this is the particular week that we focus on the life-saving efforts of our people as they're serving the community out there. When it comes to life-saving, I'd like to focus specifically on the return of spontaneous circulation, or ROSC, and that is the resumption of a sustained heart rate that perfuses through the body, typically after cardiac arrest. And our rate in 2021, we had a 33% success rate on the return of spontaneous circulation, which is incredible. Take it that the national average is typically between 20 and 25%. Now, not saying that, you know, our paramedics are better than any other first responders out there, because there are so many variables that weigh in on the success of this. But what that is a testament to the commitment of serving, training, and responding to a public in need in their worst time, possibly the worst time in their lives and their families' lives. And I can't take all the credit for this, the fire department, because it is a collaborative effort. Many years ago, and actually last year, council approved the purchase of automatic external defibrillators that go in city facilities. They go in our management vehicles, and they also go in police's patrol vehicles. And when there is a heart attack, in many, if not most cases, the first on scene is the police officers who are patrolling, who begin the resuscitation efforts and hook up that defibrillator to the patient. And by the time we get there, our paramedics and EMTs take over. And we can't leave out the emergency dispatchers, who are also trained on talking to people that call, and not only trying to to calm the situation so they can effectively give them information to give to the emergency responders, but in many cases, talk them through efforts to sustain or help before the rescuers get there. So it is a complete collaborative effort, and it's a tremendous position to be in to talk about this because of the success rate. And so I'd like to acknowledge everyone that plays a role in these life-saving efforts. I would also like to introduce Kim Rotter. She's our EMS chief here in Palo Alto, who runs the EMS division. And I can't think of a more appropriate person to address you as well in this situation. Kim Rotter.
Hi, I don't get to meet you often. My name is Kim Roderick. I'm the EMS chief for Palo Alto Fire Department, and I'm here just to kind of elaborate on what the chief was saying. It's been a Herculean effort to get through COVID and to maintain the quality of the training that we'd have and to keep people focused, especially through the pandemic, because it really changed a lot of things, especially in the first year of 2020 and 2021, because most of the time in fire services and first responders like the police were trained for the sprint and not for a marathon. And this has been a marathon. So it's been very challenging to kind of keep people in through the process of the hot zone, so to speak, where there was no science, there was no vaccinations, there was nothing. There was not even any PPE. So we had to improvise with raincoats and things like that to keep our people safe. And they really did an amazing job to get through this. And as the chief has acknowledged, to be able to, have the success rates we've had on resuscitating our patients has been great. I just want to say a few things and then I'll be done. But one thing you may or may not know is that our regulations from the state down is very specific on what we can and can't do. And because of this pandemic, they had to do emergency orders that expanded our scope of practice, that allowed us to do vaccinations at the clinics. It also allowed us to do home vaccinations. That has never been done before in pre-hospital care. So this is a first. And it also has allowed us to deploy our paramedics to help out in some hospitals outside of county that really needed those services, because there were people coming into the country with COVID and there was just not enough beds. So EMS has played a huge role in moving patients around and getting them accounted, beds accounted for and things, but the nurses were very overwhelmed. So we were able to send our paramedics to ICUs and to alternate care sites, and they were out for weeks at a time, not only taking care of those patients and giving a break to the nurses and helping those that were in need outside of Palo Alto, but also coming back and still serving in this community and very rarely going home. I mean, the hours have been incredible. So I really want to acknowledge the Herculean efforts of everybody that's involved, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. So our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And we have an agenda change that what was scheduled as item number 13, which is a approval of a fiscal year 2023 program for domestic recycling of mixed paper and mixed rigid plastics, is being moved to follow item 15. And so item 14 will be commencing hopefully a bit sooner than it was originally scheduled. So our next item is a public comment period for members of the public to speak on items that were not otherwise on the agenda. I see we have a big crowd tonight. I'll just say that if speakers are concurring with a prior speaker and can do that more efficiently than taking, I think we're going to need to limit it to 2 minutes tonight on public comments. We have already 19 speakers up because we shuffled the agenda because we are not sure we're going to be able to get to all the items on the agenda as it is. But going forward, our first speaker is Rob Levitsky, to be followed by Linda Jolly. Welcome.
Most of you council people are aware of these things, these cards. They come in the mail And most of the time, when they come in the mail, it's generally bad news. And they indicate that a project that's violating one or more of the zoning codes is within 600 feet of your house. If you ignore the cards, there's a good chance the variance and the project will go through, especially if the planning department is biased in favor of the project. The Castellia project started with 5 such variances, violating street setbacks, underground garages, too many square feet of construction, removal of protected trees. But our neighborhood rallied to the cause, educated ourselves on plans, did outreach, went to commissions, lobbied city council. We learned the zoning codes and regulations. We showed up at meetings for 6 years running and have had weekly meetings on the situation, have literally spent thousands of hours keeping our neighborhood and trees from being completely overrun. Playing the proposed project, but not actively promoting it. But this is what it's come to. In March of 2021, a year ago, your council, you guys asked the PTC to look into having Castellia restart with 450 students and figuring out a way to phase in more students over time. At the most recent PTC meeting, the PTC voted to recommend to restart the school at 450 students, an 8% increase, and wait on further increases until the neighborhood impacts could be assessed. Sounds perfectly reasonable, but the planning department would have none of it, as the planning department in their staff report for the council meeting next Monday, maybe you've read it already, is actively lobbying against the recommendation of the PTC. She was supposed to put this thing up, but I'll just read it. The staff report says, this PTC recommendation is not incorporated into the draft record of land use action for the principal reason that staff interpreted council's earlier discussion as conceptual support for a measured phased enrollment schedule to allow up to 540 students. If the city council finds, however, that the staff recommended condition does not sufficiently address its concerns regarding a phased enrollment strategy, another option is to select the PTC's recommendation to limit enrollment to 450 students. Future enrollment increases would require a CUP amendment. Sorry, I ran out of time.
Thank you.
But these boards and commissions should not be ignored and just railroaded by the planning department.
Thank you. And let's see, our next speaker is Linda Jolly, to be followed by Neva Yarkin. Welcome.
Council members, I'm a journalist and an activist, and my special interest is the many disadvantaged people in this city who cannot have regular residential housing because your minimum wage is so low that a minimum wage worker cannot rent even a small bedroom. He may be doing dirty, sweaty work and not be able to even get a shower at night. This is a very oppressed class of people. Many of them are living in vehicles, and what you are doing to these people is constantly giving them these tow warnings. Okay, an effort has been made to find out where this policy of frequent tow warnings originated, and no one has been willing to tell us where this policy originated. So tonight I am making a request under the California Public Records Act, which legally obliges your government to tell me everything that's on record about the origin of this policy. I want all the documents that exist in the city about how this policy was developed and practiced and originated. And I assume there are legal penalties if this is not given to me. I've never seen a whole city council put in jail, but maybe this could happen. My shirt says, I want it all. My hat says, force. Okay, I do want this information. My email address is lindajolley9@yahoo.com. I want everything that is on record about these tow notices, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And we're now closing public comment. Our next speaker is Neva Yarkin, to be followed by Elizabeth Wheel. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live 600 feet from Castellea. 2 weeks ago, Stanford announced the opening of the Stanford Door School of Sustainability. The new school will focus on developing solutions for the climate crisis and to develop innovative solutions for a sustainable future. John Doerr and his wife gave the largest gift in the university's history. He is a pioneer in Silicon Valley's clean tech movement. Palo Alto needs to do better on environmental issues. Other cities in the Bay Area are watching what Palo Alto is doing. Just down the road from Stanford University, you have Castellea wanting to expand by adding more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Adding another 125 more students, 75% come from outside of Palo Alto. Cars are adding to this air pollution. Building a parking garage, you will need thousands of dump trucks carrying dirt and many cement trucks to construct this garage. Cement emits carbon dioxide, which is a problem for the climate. I just received my latest Time magazine today. The cover is "The Cold Truth, Lessons from the Melting Poles." Global temperatures are rising because of increased carbon emissions. 2020 was the hottest year on record for both poles. We need to cut greenhouse emissions by half by 2030 to prevent climate devastation. I'm almost done. Stanford will be trying to tackle some of these environmental problems. Shouldn't Palo Alto follow Stanford's lead on the environment and create a more livable future for all of us? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Wheel, to be followed by Catherine Miller. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Wheel, and I'm a member of the League of Women Voters Task Force on Local Campaign Finance Reform. I'm here to speak in support of the League's petition asking Council to pass a $500 cap on campaign contributions to City Council candidates. On April 11th, the Council member Cormack made a motion in favor of exactly that, but no other council member seconded the motion. Mayor Burt has also expressed interest in these reforms. But to demonstrate the urgency of this issue, the League made the decision to circulate a petition asking community members to show their support for a $500 cap on donations to City Council candidates. We sent the petition to Council last week, and we have given the updated petition to the City Clerk. As of today, we have more than 500 signatures from Palo Alto residents who support this measure. We know that you can't comment on this now, but what you can do, what you must do as our elected officials, is to respond by the November election to the more than 500 constituents who support a $500 donation cap. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Miller, to be followed by Karen Harwell. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Kathy Miller. I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters Task Force on Local Campaign Finance Reform. As Council is well aware, last fall, the League shared with you three local campaign finance proposals, including not only a $500 cap on donations, but also a $30,000 volunteer expenditure limit and an expansion of disclosures of donations to independent expenditure organizations. While it remains our view that passing all three reforms is the best approach to address local campaign finance reform in as comprehensive a manner as possible under current law, it's also true that each of these reforms can be passed individually. And in fact, that is exactly what has been done in many communities. Palo Alto can pass these reforms one at a time, as neighboring Mountain View has done, or all at once. We're here today with this citizens petition that asks just for the $500 cap, because that's the simplest option, and it's a step in the right direction. It is Council's duty to listen to its constituents, and there are more than 500 people urging you to pass this cap before the November election. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Harwell, to be followed by Jean Lithcott. Welcome.
Good evening. I support a $500 cap on the campaign contributions to the city council candidates. Current state law allows individual donations up to $4,900 to Palo Alto City Council candidates. That is nearly 10 times the amount Santa Clara County allows for donations to county supervisors' races. Yet each supervisor represents nearly 5 times as many citizens as you do. Many California cities with under 100,000 residents have imposed limits of $500 or less. Palo Alto should do the same in order to ensure every voter's voice has the same weight as that of their wealthy neighbors or other major campaign donors. And I'm just thinking about Abraham Lincoln in his 1863 Gettysburg Address, in which he defined democracy as a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I feel very strongly about watching democracy, that it's not getting unduly swayed and not publicly known. And so I would like for you to really seriously consider, say yes to the $500 cap on campaign donations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Lithcott, to be followed by Alice Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jean Lithcott. I'm with the League of Women Voters. By allowing contributions of up to $4,900, this city is inviting a few wealthy people to bankroll our elections, robbing ordinary citizens of a sense that their candidates represent them. Further, allowing such large contributions also deters ordinary citizens with good ideas from running for council because of the perception that only people who can raise vast sums of money will succeed in elections. A $500 cap on campaign donations is likely to increase the diversity of candidates running for office by making the task of fundraising less daunting. Finally, please pass an ordinance to reduce the current $4,900 donation cap to $500 to level the playing field, to restore democracy to this city, and to bring Palo Alto in line with the democratic norms of neighboring cities, and indeed norms of cities around the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alice Smith, to be followed by Lisa Ratner. Welcome.
Thank you. It's been a long time since I've been here. It's a privilege to see you all. Since 2014, the cost of running for city council has risen 66%, far outpacing inflation. The members of this council, each of you, are well aware that this is a problem. Indeed, as the Palo Alto Weekly reported during the 2018 campaign, Councilman Dubois called the influence of money on politics, quote, corrosive, close quote, and said he would support a limit on campaign cash. It's time for this city council to pass a $500 cap on campaign contributions to city council candidates. And I'll just say an aside that since Citizens United has passed in the US Supreme Court on campaign limits, the rights to vote have been diminished extraordinarily. And the voice of the people is the voice of the rich. It's very important for us to pay attention in Palo Alto and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Ratner, to be followed by Nancy Neff. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Ratner. I'm also a member of the League Task Force on Local Campaign Finance Reform. It's time to pass a $500 cap on campaign contributions to city council candidates. This cap will apply to any donor, whether an individual, a corporation, a union, or a political action committee that donates directly to a campaign candidates committee. Contributions to the Palo Alto City Council candidates are dominated by a few large donors, creating the risk, actual or perceived, that a candidate won't act impartially on issues affecting those donors. Between 2014 and 2020, nearly 30% of all donations for winning Palo Alto City Council candidates came from a mere 20 to 25 individual donors, this in a city of 68,000, who contributed more than $3,500 each. These large donations undermine the integrity of our local government by creating the perception, real or imagined, that council members' votes are being influenced more by the size of the contribution than what is in the best interest of the city. By lowering the individual campaign donation limit from $4,900 to $500, the City Council would ensure that candidates are less beholden to larger donors, would also encourage them to seek smaller donations for more people. I urge you to pass the $500 cap now, so that is in effect for the 2022 council elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Neff, to be followed by Judy Kleinberg. Welcome.
Thanks. Good evening, and thank you for listening to our comments. Okay. I'm Nancy Neff, a Palo Alto resident, representing the California Clean Money Campaign, for which I am the local and regional coordinator. The California Clean Money Campaign works to reduce the undue influence of money in politics in order to reduce corruption or the appearance of corruption, and to encourage people with good ideas to run for office regardless of their access to wealth. For some people, a deterrent to running for office, but the ability to raise large sums should not be a prerequisite for public office. So the California Clean Money Campaign joins the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto in urging Palo Alto City Council to reduce the current default contribution limit of $4,900 to a more reasonable maximum of $500 from a single source to council candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is former Mayor Judy Kleinberg, to be followed by Liz Jensen. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm speaking to you today as a former city council member and a former mayor. Like each of you, I campaigned for public office and raised money to pay for my campaign expenses. That was to provide for outreach, to be sure that my qualifications and what I said I was going to do if I was elected would get out to the public and they'd know what I was about. When I ran in 1999, when I ran in 1999 and again 4 years later, I voluntarily limited my campaign total amount to $20,000, which was more than enough to run a successful campaign and to get my message out to the voters. Obviously, campaign costs have gone up. That's not a secret, but the inflationary effect of raising tens of thousands of dollars to run a successful campaign, a local campaign, is really out of control. In 2020, the successful candidates spent 3 times as much as I spent just 20 years earlier. The impact is felt in many ways, you know that. Not the least of which is that we are having trouble getting really good, talented people like you to run for office. They're saying, no, I am not going to be out there trying to raise $75,000, $80,000, $100,000 to run for office. I've polled virtually every non-sitting former mayor of the city, and the overwhelming support for this, for campaign finance reform in general, and for a $500 limit is recorded. You've got all of those names. This will help if you did it. This will help level the field and encourage more folks to give small donations and to feel that their donation, even if it's small, is valuable and that they are engaged in the public process. This is a small but critical step. It's in the right direction. It will demonstrate your commitment to reforming a process that's rapidly spinning out of control. This is the essence of good government. You know that. And as they say, just do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Jensen, to be followed by Elaine Ilbizri. Excuse me.
Thank you. My name is Liz Jensen, and I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto.
In a city with only 68,000 residents, it is anti-democratic to leave the city council candidate donation cap at the state's default level of $4,900, the same amount that applies to candidates for state assembly who have more than 465,000 constituents. Allowing such large donations creates a worry that the council is beholden to the wealthy few rather than the people of Palo Alto as a whole. Please pass the $500 cap by the November 2022 City Council election and level the playing field in Palo Alto politics. I'm sorry for the repetitiveness. I apologize, but I hope our message is loud and clear tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elaine Ilbizri, to be followed by Michael Morgenstern. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm a member of the California Clean Money Campaign, and I'm here to support a $500 cap on campaign donations. I'd like to see us dial back the escalating cost of running for council and make it more accessible to people with no access to wealthy donors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Morgenstern, to be followed by Roger Smith. Welcome.
My name is Michael Morgenstern. I'm not a member of the League of Women Voters. I am a resident, 40-year resident, Palo Alto, and my view, probably not unique, is that our city council is one of the best councils that money can buy, which is not a compliment. Or in other words, the golden rule applies. He who has the gold makes the rules. And I'd like to encourage you to represent the people and not the big donors, because money corrupts. So please, please vote for a $500 limit. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger Smith, to be followed by Romola Georgia. Welcome.
First of all, thank you all for serving. It's missing Monday Night Football would be really hard on many of us. I'm going to give you a list of some of our neighbors. Annette Fazzino, Pitts Johnson, Dick Perry, Daryl Savage, Judy Koch, Walton K. Hayes, Catherine and John Foster, Shirley Ely, Allison Cormack, Bruce G., Pat and Steve Imsley, Susan Rosenberg, Leanna Hunt, Ann Krebs, Steve Player, Iris Coral, Brian Chancellor, Barbara Swinson, Bill Reller, Gail Price, Mark Berman, Megan Fogarty. Also, former mayors, Betsy Bechtel, Peter Druckmeyer, Sid Espiona, Larry Klein, Judy Kleinberg, Liz Niss, and Joe Simidian, and also Jerry Hill and Rich Gordon. These were people that were involved 8 years ago in 2014 to reduce the city council from 9 to 7. One of the selling points, and I was heavily involved in this and actually funded the campaign, was to vote for more accountable, more effective, and more productive Palo Alto city government. Many of us are really saddened to see, because one of the things we sold this about is we're going to have shorter council meetings, and that hasn't happened. And I would encourage you to make a motion, move forward, be more productive. And I have a book for Pat, our mayor, Robert's Rules of Order, and I would encourage you to read that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Romola Georgia, to be followed by Stephen Brands. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo. I'm Romola Georgia. I live in the Barron Park neighborhood, and I've been horrified at the anti-democratic influence of money on our elections at every level. And I'm frightened when I can't tell which person or organization is backing a candidate. I believe we can act to improve our democracy right now. Let's start locally. I strongly support the League's proposal to cap campaign donations at $500. In Palo Alto, I want our candidates to focus on the issues that affect our lives and not have to worry about matching another candidate's war chest or the influence of secret donors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Brands, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Stephen Brands, and my wife, Emily Young, is sitting in the second row behind me. We've been residents of Palo Alto since 1980. We raised 3 daughters who went through the Palo Alto schools. We've often tried our best to keep up with important local issues. And over the past 10 to 15 years pre-pandemic, we helped organize a Waverly Street block party, typically attended by at least 40 or 50 local residents. At nearly every one of these parties, current city council members and those seeking seats on the council, including many of you before me today, you've been invited to join the block party, enjoy our music, food, and activities, and we also let everybody have the microphone and give a short talk, sharing their views on important community issues. Most importantly, these local politicians, like you, have often stayed to have conversations and answer questions individually for up to an hour. This is how local politics should be done. It is on that basis that I fully support the League of Women Voters' recommendations for campaign finance reform. You've heard many of the individual recommendations, but I just want to reiterate that a donation limit of $500 will increase public participation in local government and strengthen democracy. A $500 individual donation cap will go a long way toward keeping our local politics responsive to the voices of Palo Alto's many residents and not just those few individuals, perhaps not even residents, whose views may not be representative of the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Okay, so I'm going to be unpopular on this one, but First Amendment, Citizens United, George Soros, I bet people wouldn't turn down George's money in a liberal cause. So I'm not sure that I loved it when Ladores Cordell, who I didn't vote for, ran with no money and used children's art. But on the other hand, I don't want to be told how much money that I can give to a particular candidate. And I certainly believe that the First Amendment can be exercised anonymously. Okay, well, I wanted to say, Rebecca Eisenberg, I want you to run for city council. I know that you'll take on the police aggressively. Ms. Cormack, Allison Cormack, city council member, you've worked very hard, but I have to be honest with you, I'm so very glad to see you go. Your unwavering support, right or wrong, for the police department, to me is just shocking. You care nothing about democracy. You say you support the chief's position on encryption, so you want to keep the press and the citizen activists ignorant of what their police department is doing. That's appalling. Rebecca, I know you would. I will give you the maximum amount of money that I can, support you all the way. And I gotta believe, Allison Cormack, that you're just loved by the other council members now by being what I call a snitch. You could turn that around. Instead of being a snitch, you could be a whistleblower and tell us who the arrogant members are of the council that sit there and watch sports when some of us are speaking. And I can imagine it's based on the politics of the speaker. I saw in Ladoris's book, Her Honor, where she said she sometimes diddled or wrote cartoons or whatever when she was bored with the court proceedings. Similarly arrogant kind of a posture. I love Ladoris, but what a terrible thing to put in your book. In any event, I hope, Rebecca, that you will run and you will be a very vigorous candidate who will act aggressively against police misconduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Thank you so much, City Council, and thank you, Aaron, for those very positive words. I very much appreciate them, and my mind is still being made up because there are a lot of different things that need to be done to improve this world. And sitting on Palo Alto City Council and changing matters for the better is definitely one of them. I pledge, no matter what I do, to continue to fight on behalf of our community and all communities, and especially communities of color. I'm Rebecca Eisenberg. I ran for city council in 2020. I profoundly believe that elections, especially in this wealthy community, should be publicly funded. Given that they are not, I then believe in a campaign cap contribution. I feel this very strongly to make a more fair standard field for every candidate and to enable more candidates to run. We absolutely need this. We need Gen Zers to run. We need people who live in subsidized housing to run. We need a more diverse field. We could use some seniors if they are able to run. We need a representative set of people on the city council, and we do not have that. When I ran for office, I actually imposed on myself a $500 cap, which I actually kept to, except for one donation of, I think, $600. It's all in my records. Despite this cap, I still raised $14,000 to get 8,000 votes, 8,000 votes. I spent less per vote than any candidate has ever done in recent history in this very wealthy city, and I'm proud of it. I had no fundraisers at wealthy friends' houses. And trust me, I went to Stanford and Harvard. I have a lot of wealthy friends. And I called none of them because I believed that it was my duty to spend my time with people in the community, people at Webster House, people at 901 Alma, people, not rich friends. That is what democracy is about. I stuck to this. I urge you to put this in place for everyone, and don't pass Castillea's CUP either. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by Nathan Yarkin. Welcome.
Thank you. I have great news. The city of Palo Alto came to our home to inspect our recently installed heat pump water heater. And this appliance is the last fossil fuel appliance in our house. And our home has now been fossil fuel free for over 5 weeks. I want to share a funny story that happened during the inspection. And while working on the story while taking a walk, I noticed something funny. My street is lined with majestic Modesto ash trees. And normally this time of year, they create a beautiful bright green canopy. But oddly, this year, there are so few leaves you can see right through the tree to the sky, and all the branches are exposed. The extreme weather this winter that affected California's crop trees apparently also impacted our Modesto ashes. I suspect it was the very hot February weather that caused the leaves to bud too early, and then the record cold snap in March that froze the buds. And the ones that did survive are now only half green with brown tips. And I'm starting to feel like the Lorax. Our poor Modesto ash trees are struggling to survive and refoliate after one of our driest winters in the middle of one of the worst droughts we've had in 1,200 years. I love Palo Alto because we do care so much about our trees. Meanwhile, our behaviors are causing them to suffer and struggle right in front of our very eyes, even in Tree City, USA. Life's become very difficult for trees in the Anthropocene. We need to stop burning fossil fuels in the next 3 to 5 years if we want to stem mass extinction that is happening in front of us. I'll share my funny story about the heat pump water heater next time, once I get over my funk about my poor Modesto ash trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nathan Yarkin, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. That's my son, but I'm Carrie Yarkin. I am here to express the sentiments of Stan Shore, who published a half-page letter in the Palo Alto Weekly on Friday, which you might have missed because it's toward the end of the paper. Anyway, it's entitled, "Neighbors Have Put Up With Enough." I have been a neighbor of Castellea School for 35 or more years. We got along fine until ever increasing parking and traffic issues, ever increasing building expansion, and added nighttime weekend events, which all changed the character of our neighborhood. When neighbors reported problems 13 years ago, we were brushed off by the school. We eventually learned that they knowingly had violated their cup. Castellea continues to in violation to this day. Castellea has cheated on its enrollment limits, number of events, and even square footage on its site. Castellea now asks for 30% more students, the majority of whom come from other cities. Castellea had never complied with the previously approved 415 students and now wants to cram 540 students on this small 6-acre parcel. This site cannot absorb more than 415 students plus an estimated 150 or more employees, not to mention guests and visitors. They promise Castellea that they can add hundreds more people with no added traffic or impacts. Seriously, who would believe this? It's time for the city of Palo Alto to say no. With loads of empty properties all over the peninsula, there is no excuse for Castellea to force this small residential area to take on 30% more out-of-town students rather than split or move their campus to grow bigger and better. Don't industrialize our neighborhood and bury the girls in underground classrooms just to increase profits. Know the facts. Neighbors say no to the new Castellea Cup. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Fred Ballin. Welcome.
Thank you. May I just say, people need to water their trees. They need to water their trees during the drought. Canopy, go to Canopy website. You can learn how to do that. Regarding the league's proposal, this proposal has holes you can drive the money truck through. We have seen examples of why this is so. Self-financing, as former Councilman Greg Scharf did for one of his city council races, to the tune of $60,000, is not regulated and can't be under this proposal. PAC money, tens of thousands of dollars benefited a current council member in a single campaign, not regulated under this proposal. The FPPC writes, typically independent expenditures actually increase when there are contribution limits. Entities making, and this is me, entities making huge independent expenditures cannot coordinate by law with a candidate, just as PACs can't. So candidates can't control what PACs and independent expenditure committees spend on their campaigns. And they're huge. They can be tens of thousands. They can be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but probably for city council races, tens of thousands. And we have seen that. This proposal is aspirational, but neither practical nor realistic because it gives the appearance of leveling the playing field with actually not leveling the playing field. Self-financing PACs, independent expenditure contributions are simply not regulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fred Ballin, to be followed by Julie Beer. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. 15 years ago this week, council members Ladoris Cordell and Peter Dreckmeyer, in the midst of their successful effort to rename City Hall Plaza in honor of Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King, moved into another area consistent with the King's legacy, the intersection of money and politics. Their colleagues' memo of May 2007 called for City Council action on campaign contribution and expenditures. It was passed off to committee and it returned in September with recommended voluntary limits of $30,000 for overall expenditures and $300 for individual contributors. But with council election season well underway, they wound up as the only two to vote in favor. Last summer, after reading a guest opinion of mine, a League of Women Voters Task Force member asked if I would review and comment on a draft of a document they were preparing on the topic. I gladly dove in. The draft included a voluntary expenditure limit of $30,000, but this time a mandated contribution limit at a higher level, $500. The final, I learned, was released to the council around December, and at least publicly, it went nowhere, which raised two concerns. Is there a vested interest on our councils to keep things as they are? And in a city with strong, sometimes divergent voices, are messages judged by their messengers? If so, we need to get past all of this. Election season nears again, and the league has limited its immediate goal to the council to a single, simple initial step, a mandatory $500 total contribution limit per person. And as of last year, cities must enact mandatory contribution limits, else it rises up to the state's default of about $5,000 per person. 500 is twice as much as I've ever donated to a local candidate, but in a city with four-figure campaign checks are commonplace, it helps. And candidate, if you happen to overspend in the last few days of the race, you can't go back to Old Faithful for more money beyond the cap. It's not a complete solution, but a start. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Beer, to be followed by Rita Varel. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Julie Beer. Good evening to everyone. I'm a Palo Alto resident and a renter for over 30 years. I too support, the $500 campaign contribution limit for city council elections. I worry about the big donors and their possible influence on the candidates. I know that some of these donors are developers. It doesn't mean that the candidate will definitely vote for development, but it can definitely influence them. And I'm very uncomfortable with that. Also, we're a small city. I think the $500 campaign contribution limit is perfectly reasonable. And I think it's more democratic. Half of us in the city, like me, are renters. I want to think that my small donation to a candidate will mean something. I could never afford $500 to give to a candidate. And another thing, I'm just really happy we have a renter on the city council now. I think that's a really good step, and I hope to see more of it. So thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rita Varel, to be followed by Mary Sylvester.
Good evening, City Council. In your 523 packet on Castellea, you will notice staff again minimizes findings and recommendations unfavorable to Castellea. Specifically, the PTC's recent recommendation allowing an increase of only 35 students, not the requested 125, and requiring Castellea to earn the right to additional enrollment increases by demonstrating that indeed minimal impacts on the adjacent neighborhoods will occur. As a Castellea resident, as a Castellea parent and resident, I have been deeply troubled by Mr. Keene's unilateral ignoring the detailed procedures written into Castellea's 2000 conditional use permit to legally address any deviations from Castellea's CUP. I must ask, where was the City Council? Where was the Planning Department or code enforcement? Where were the city's agencies that are tasked to protecting neighborhoods? How did this happen? And why has Castellea, in my opinion, received 6 years of full support from our Planning Department staff, city attorneys, and other city staff in their quest for expansion at the expense of neighbors? Therefore, I ask the City Council to immediately place Castellea's current request on hold and refer this complex and divisive issue to the Santa Clara County Civic Grand Jury for a detailed and unbiased investigation. This issue has torn apart our city. The council has listened to so many people who do not live in Palo Alto and therefore are not influenced by this expansion. It may be the only fair way to resolve whether Castellea has enjoyed privileges from city leaders at the expense of residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester, to be followed by Maura Uman, who is our last speaker. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Koo, and City Council members. In the spirit of standing up for democracy and for transparency and fairness, I'd like to align my comments with Winter Dellenbach and Fred Balins, as well as numerous other speakers. I'd like to also go on to talk about fairness and transparency in our community and in my neighborhood. For the last 6 years, it's been an ongoing struggle for neighbors of Castellea School to obtain timely and relevant information from both city staff as well as Castellea School. It is felt during these years that we have been fighting a two-front battle with city staff and the school, both of whom seem to work together to limit or block residents' access to relevant information. We have often met obfuscations and untruths that are in the public record as to protected trees, accurate square footage, a variance, the impacts on groundwater, and the list goes on, which we will supply to you next week. Is this how a democracy is to work? In my view, a community needs to incentivize projects that serve the best interests of the overall community and stand for ethical and transparent behavior. The very least citizens deserve is transparency, respect, fairness, timeliness, and a timeliness of response, not obfuscations and distortions by city staff. Fast forward to today, we now see in the staff report for May 23rd that the staff is trying to set aside council's recommendation and recommended by the PTC for 450 students. Secondly, on April 21st, 2021, Councilmember Koo asked there be an impartial study of Castellea's school square footage, and staff has continually blocked the findings which show the school's 50,000 square feet over. Sorry, I've got one more final point. I'd like to leave you with this question. Is Castellea so politically well-connected and made up of so many deep pocket donors who make veiled and transparent threats of litigation? Can the city say no to the school? Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Maura Uman. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maura Uman. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and also serve on the board of the Palo Alto Rec Foundation. Today, I'm calling to just send in a huge thank you for the May Fete parade. It came where we were able to enjoy the parade after 2 years of a hiatus, and we felt very safe. I want to thank the city staff and especially the Community Services Department for all their hard work in putting together a wonderful in-person event. And I also wanted to thank the Kiwanis Club for all of their hard work to put together the May Fete Fair. It was wonderful to see so many community members out and creating such a festive atmosphere for connecting with each other. So a huge thank you, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois, I see you have a light on. I hope your comments are within the parameters of us not being able to discuss items brought forward that aren't on the agenda.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I know we don't respond to specific public comments, but I wanted to make a general comment. In the last several meetings, we've had people use public comment for personal attacks. And oral communications is meant for the public to speak on policy issues. And I don't think anyone that's dedicated their time, or in the case of staff, their career to public service deserves personal attacks. So, the public has the right to speak. I just want them to know that I have the right to listen or not. And when you make a personal attack, I tune you out. and you lose an opportunity to potentially influence somebody that would support your position. So I would just ask when you talk, please stick to the issues.
Thank you. And before proceeding to the consent calendar, we wanted to pause with a special communication from the city. And it's our city's response to the a tragedy that occurred in Buffalo, New York on Saturday. So the city manager has released a longer statement, but I will briefly read one segment. We stand together with Buffalo in solidarity and support during this tragic time. We mourn with the families and friends of those impacted by this horrible event. As a community and as a country, we can stand together against racist hate and encourage acts of kindness and belonging. This tragedy must serve for all to rededicate ourselves to ending hate crimes everywhere. Our communities and our nation are strengthened by our diversity, and we must speak out and act against all hate crimes, such as the horrific act of violence in Buffalo. And at this moment, I'd like us to take a minute of silence on behalf of the victims of that terrible event. Thank you all. So our next item is a consent calendar, and I want to note that we have at our places a supplemental memo correcting or amending the approval of the minutes from May 2nd. And also an update to a resolution number to item 12 and an ordinance number to item 11, as well as updating council member attendance locations at the time. So with those changes included, do we have anyone from the public who wishes to speak on the consent calendar? Nope. We have no speakers. So Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 5.
Okay. And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I vote no on 5 as well.
Okay. And Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 6.
Okay. Okay, and do we have a motion to approve the minutes with those dissenting votes?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, I will second that. So will the clerk please call the roll?
Just 1 second, sir. All right, noting Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Du Bois are no's on item 5 and Councilmember Tanaka on item 6. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak to 5?
Yes, thank you. I think we've reached the point that the recommendation for social distancing is pretty much the only thing that enables us to continue to meet virtually. And given the large number of events that are being held privately, publicly, and I think it's appropriate for us to no longer support this resolution.
Councilmember Du Bois, you want to speak to 5?
I'll keep it short. I voted no last time, and I basically align my comments with what Councilmember Cormack just said.
And Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to 6?
Yeah, this is regarding the SAP contract. It's consisting of 6 contracts. And the part I didn't quite understand was it starts out about $350,000 a year annually for the first year. And then in year 2, it goes to $650,000. And then the year after that, it goes 1.65 million from years 3 through 5. And it does this for each of the 6 contracts. So it was an astounding amount of money, given that it's 6 contracts. I'm wondering if I'm misreading it, if there's a typo, but it seems like an astounding amount of money to be approving. I think someone copied and pasted this paragraph into each of the contracts and perhaps didn't edit it quite right, because I'm surprised it's this much money. But beyond that, I also wonder about the wisdom of continuing to go to a hosted system like SAP versus there's a lot of non-hosted system like SAP versus going to more of a SaaS type of software instead. That could be a lot less maintenance. But anyways, I question the amount of dollars that's authorized. I realize it's not necessarily going to be compelled to spend, but it's authorized to spend. So it seems like a lot, especially given these tough budget times right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And that moves us to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Could I ask the city clerk to assist with the PowerPoint? Terrific. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. To provide our weekly update related to the pandemic, would note, as you may have noticed in front of City Hall and other city facilities, over the last several days, we have had the flags lowered at half staff by proclamation of the president through today, recognizing the 1 million death mark, tragically, as a result of COVID-19. Looking forward, it is a particular notable time where we have, as reported previously, seen an increase in cases both locally, regionally, and nationally. Our county health officials have noted that they do expect these risks will continue, and that case counts may also continue to increase over the next few weeks. And noting that we will continue to provide testing opportunities at local facilities with locations specified on our website, cityofpaloalto.org/testing. Next slide, please. There we go. Maybe a little bit of lag here. I think we've got some photos here that may eat a bit of bandwidth. Nonetheless, worthwhile. Turning to a brighter note here, just looking back at this past Saturday, the official openings of our Junior Museum and Zoo and Rinconada Park neighborhood improvements. The many happy faces here are actually just a fraction of what was actually a pretty crowded site on Saturday. Thank you for all that were able to attend, and for those that were not, I'm sure you hopefully look forward to an opportunity in the near future to take advantage of our new facilities and amenities. And also, you see in one of the, or actually a couple of these photos, the new science exhibit that is a 1/10 billionth scale model of our solar system. And so extending from near the plaza entrance to the Junior Museum and to all the way across the street, across Newell Road to the frontage of our Rinconada Library. So it really gives you a sense of scale for the solar system. And thank you to the contributions that made that possible. Next slide, please. Okay, as was noted earlier in our special order of the day, this is National Police Week. I want to note for community awareness and certainly for council members, invitation to a memorial event that will occur tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. at Cogswell Plaza in recognition of police officers that have lost their lives in the line of duty. Next slide, please. All right, again, kind of balancing serious news with lighter events, lighter news, and here coming forward in the upcoming weeks are movie nights in the park. Starting with this coming weekend with Disney's Encanto, with a number of following movies located at Mitchell Park, 7 p.m. I think it starts to get a little dark by that time, actually not so much. So hopefully it gives opportunity for folks to find their place and then with families enjoy some entertainment in our park setting. Next slide, please. Also coming up this week on Friday and Saturday of this week, what now is referred to as Bike to Everywhere days actually, not just Friday, but also Saturday, a number of locations that are set for welcoming members of the community to check in at Energizer stations throughout our community on Friday and Saturday afternoons. Next slide, please. Then finally, noting upcoming city council items, as has been referenced by a number of speakers next week, the city council will spend the evening discussing the Castellea project. Then the following week on June 1st, we'll have the balance of the boards and commissions work plans that will be reviewed by the city council. The following week, the tree ordinance, which has been in community discussion and outreach for several weeks. And then looking through the balance of your June meetings, we've got June 13th with the next report out on development steps related to business tax and or utility general fund transfer items, as well as updates on the project home key and utility rates related to the budget. Then on June 20th, city budget adoption, as well as review of the proposed residential project at 2850 West Bayshore. I would note that it's only showing June 20th, but we know we have asked council members to hold the date on June 21st as may be necessary for carryover items either related to the 20th or the preceding agendas. So with that, I believe that completes my comments. Back to you, Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So as noted before, we're going to defer item number 13 until after, Councilmember Cormack.
June 21st is supposed to be held on our calendars?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay,
Well, then my apologies if that word did not get out completely, but that is our plan should there be a need based on the pace of items being heard prior to that date.
Okay, thank you.
So item number 13 is being deferred until after item number 15. And so we'll move on to item number 14. I'm sorry. And item number 14 is adoption of resolutions authorizing the city manager to continue to close California Avenue from El Camino Real to Park Boulevard and Ramona Street between Hamilton Avenue and University Avenue until December 31st, 2023, and to direct staff to implement specific access lanes and perimeter rules and other discussions on those related topics. So, City Manager Shikata, who kicks off?
We'll lead off with something of an ensemble cast, I believe, this evening because of the number of our team members that have been involved. Let's lead off with our Chief Transportation Official, Philip Kami.
Thank you very much, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, members of the City Council, and members of the public. I'm Philip Kemi, the Chief Transportation Official, and tonight I'm here to introduce the item on extending the California and Ramona Street closures and also recommended changes. And as City Manager mentioned, for this item, we have a cross-departmental team that's in attendance and available. And for the presentation, we have Kara Apple, and I'm really excited to introduce to you tonight Ozzie Arce, who is the Office of Transportation's Senior Transportation Planner that started just a few months ago, and he's excellent, and he's going to be our project lead on street closures. Before I turn the presentation over to Ozzie, I just want to quickly note that tonight's item is for the extension of the temporary closures only, not for the long-term or permanent closures or ongoing closures, if you might call them that. And as the city begins that process of studying long-term closure alternatives, staff will actually have to evaluate the environmental impacts under CEQA. And for that longer-term closure project, staff will need to evaluate what level of CEQA review will be needed. And just note that at a minimum, we anticipate that we'll need to do a traffic study to look at the possible effects of the closure on traffic, vehicle miles traveled, and any other aspects. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Ozzie Arce.
Thank you, Philip, for that warm welcome. It's great to be here this evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and members of the City Council. As was noted, I'm Ozzie Arce, the new Senior Transportation Planner in the Office of Transportation. Tonight's discussion is a continuation of the discussion the City Council had a few months back at the February 28th meeting on the California Ave and Ramona street closures. And the City Council's direction to return with an action item to extend the street closure through December 31st, 2023, and that is part of tonight's recommended action. Next slide, please. But before we jump in, I think just as a quick refresher and a high-level overview of where we've been, going back to September 13, 2021, where Council authorized an extension of the street closure through the end of next month, June 2022. And like I noted earlier at your February 28, 2022 meeting, the City Council directed staff to return with an item for action to extend the street closures through December 31st, 2023. Also at the February 28th meeting, the City Council expressed a need to make modifications and install low-cost, short-term interventions to improve the experience on the streets. And just last week at the May 9th meeting, the City Council provided direction to staff on the proposed permanent parklet standards and programs. Now, there is overlap between the two programs, but there's also important distinctions, and I'll dive into that a bit later in the presentation. But what's important here is that the transition from the pilot parklet program to a permanent parklet program is happening in parallel with the extension of the temporary street closures and the evaluation of long-term alternative solutions. So multiple parallel tracks here. Also in May, the city engaged the services of Bay Area consultant Bruce Fukuchi, who presented on State Street in Santa Barbara, also at the February 28th City Council meeting. Mr. Fukuchi will assist the city with further shaping and implementing the recommended interim changes and assist the engagement of the broader community along Cal Ave and Ramona Street. As was noted, we're here tonight to address the City Council's previous direction to extend the street closures, but also to ensure that the direction and work to do so complies with Brown Acting noticing requirements. Up to this point, we've been in a temporary mode, and we're here to talk about the next phase, which we're calling the interim phase, to ultimately get us to the longer term permanent phase. Now there's a team of staff also virtually present tonight that will be ready to answer questions in more details and specific recommended actions and interim changes. Next slide, please. So in addition to following up on previous council direction for interim closures through December 31st, 2023, We also want to take the opportunity to enhance the city's ability to preserve life and property and other adjustments, focusing on safety and circulation. And we'll dive a bit into these items that are listed here. But before we do, I want to return to a note I made earlier about the overlap and the distinction between the Parklet program and the on-street dining experience. Next slide, please. For tonight's presentation, when we say Parklet, we are referring to the area situated immediately adjacent to the curb. The Uplift Local Temporary Program included both built parklets and at-grade parklets. The photo on the left is a built parklet. Please note that parklets, though, were not permitted on California Ave during the temporary program due to the farmer market's footprint requirements. Other examples of at-grade parklets on Bryant Street include Ramen Nagi and Zola. Now, on-street dining typically refers to dining on a closed street that's closed to vehicular traffic and does not need to be placed adjacent to the curb as seen on the photo here on the right. The Ramona Street closure has both built parklets and on-street dining. Next slide, please. Jumping back, though, to tonight's discussion and action, and I know there's a lot on this slide and we'll dive into the different elements, but as the city works to move from the initial temporary program to a long-term strategy for street closures, staff continues to refine the regulations associated with the use of public space. The recommendations and adjustments shown here work to balance and encourage activity while managing risk and safety and preserving the flexibility for long-term closure and providing incremental stable steps for businesses to plan for and invest in. More specifically, staff is recommending to implement a dedicated and marked emergency access lane down the middle of California Avenue and Ramona Street to ensure around-the-clock access for fire and police to safely cross and travel within the road closure. Superimposed over the fire access lane, staff is recommending the city implement a dedicated and marked two-way bike lane, also both on California Ave and Ramona Street. Now, just quickly here, installing a dedicated bike lane is responsive to feedback received from the city council, community members, and business operators about the need to dedicate space for cyclists to ride through while mitigating conflicts between cyclists, pedestrians, and those enjoying on-street dining within the closed street. Next slide here is next slide, please. It's a detailed view of California Ave, and specific to California Ave, shown here in detail, the fire department requests a 16-foot fire access lane, shown here in red, and staff is proposing a 10-foot wide two-way bike lane as shown superimposed on the fire access lane in green. Just noting here that the red color specific to the fire access lane and the green bike lane is for visual representation only, and city staff is working to determine the most appropriate method for marking the fire access lane and the bike lane. Next slide, please. Ramona Street, as shown here, is slightly different in that the fire department is also requesting a 16-foot wide fire access lane, also shown in red, for most of Ramona Street. Yet due to the fact that the 3-story Cardinal Hotel on the bottom right corner of the picture shown there with the white roof is a historic building with no sprinklers. Therefore, the fire department is requesting a 20-foot wide fire access lane for 40 feet that front the hotel to ensure the ladder truck with outriggers can fit. Yet similar to Cal Ave, the proposed bike lane is also 10 feet wide, shown in green, and also superimposed over the fire access. The last note here is that city staff is also taking into consideration the bike lane transitions on both ends of the street to ensure cyclists can more safely enter and exit the proposed bike lanes. Next slide, please. And shifting gears to the other recommended interim changes, the edge treatments, the tents, and the umbrellas. So staff is proposing that the city require all restaurants with on-street dining to install a continuous barrier to prevent dining guests from entering the dedicated two-way bike lane. This requirement may increase the safety of outdoor dining patrons and support pedestrian circulation on the sidewalks, since pedestrians will have to reorient themselves to the sidewalk rather than walking on the roadway. Also, staff is proposing to only allow small tents and umbrellas in the on-street dining areas, and to only allow large tents, those that are larger than 400 square feet, during inclement weather months, which is November through March, with a permit. And to help visualize are these two street views. On the left is Ramona Street, and on the right is Cal Ave, and the visuals represent the colors from the schematics shown earlier, illustrating the locations for the fire access and the two-way bike lane, plus the edge treatments and the outdoor dining areas. Now, lastly, point here is most recently, businesses on Ramona Street have taken the initiative to move their outdoor dining spaces to reflect the layout should the access lane and bike lane be implemented. Next slide, please. And just really quick to close on the interim changes, specifically on the California Avenue specific considerations. We're proposing to install appropriate enhancements and aesthetic features that will help provide a visual distinction between all the different spaces, such as the access lane and the dining areas. And we're working with the Office of Transportation in conjunction with Public Works staff and Public Arts staff. We're in the process of discussing some of those options to improve the aesthetics on the closed streets. And just lastly, a point here, I would like to note that specific to Cal Ave, the Sunday Farmers Market, which is a staple of that street, we're working to continue to make and take into consideration the market's needs and work to minimize impacts on the space allocated for the farmers market booths. At this time, I'd like to transition the presentation over to my colleague, Kara Apple, who will go over the community and business engagement that's been done as part of this effort. And she's really been the tip of the spear for that. So I'll let Kara speak to that piece.
Thanks, Ozzy. Good evening, council members. I'm Kara Apple with the City Manager's Office. And as Ozzy stated, as part of the engagement for this agenda item, staff created a survey to solicit feedback on the extension of the temporary closed streets, and then also to get responses and feedback on the recommended program enhancements. An online survey was sent out to the community, and then a second online survey was sent out to businesses and property owners. I'll note that these surveys are not statistically relevant or valid, but they were intended to help facilitate engagement with both the community and businesses in the downtown and Cal Ave area. The full survey results were included in an App Places memo that was published today. In the next few slides, I'm going to cover some highlights of both the community survey and the business survey. So in the slide that you're viewing right now, you will see on the left-hand side, we had 648 responses from the community. Respondents were able to identify themselves in more than one category. And as you can note, 603 identified as Palo Alto residents. On the right-hand side, the green portion of the circle represents 573 people who indicated that they enjoyed some sort of outdoor space or retail activities. And 75 had responded that they had not enjoyed the outdoor dining spaces or parklets. Next slide, please. The graph on the left shows the spaces that the community would like to continue. As you can see, the community is supportive of outdoor retail and dining options as well as parklets. Though there was a difference in the number of respondents who preferred dining on a parklet situated on a closed street, meaning no vehicles allowed, versus respondents who would prefer to dine in a parklet on an open street. So 455 respondents said they prefer parklet dining on a closed streets where no cars were passing by. On the right-hand side, you'll see that the level of support for the additional enhancements to this interim program. Respondents were also able to identify or select more than one option, but you'll see 298 responded to being supportive of the umbrellas and small tents year round, and then large tents only during months of inclement weather. 303 respondents were supportive of the emergency access lane and the bike lanes. Also noted in there is that pedestrians would walk on the sidewalk and not down the center portion of the roadway. And then 267 respondents indicated that they would like to see the sidewalk dining and retail continue only when there's an 8-foot clearance maintained in that space. So we would widen the 5-foot clearance back out to 8 foot so there would be ample room for pedestrians to pass. Next slide, please. We asked the community how often they visited both the downtown and Cal Ave areas. And you can see what's represented on the left with downtown and on the right with Cal Ave, that most of the respondents indicated that they visited the areas between 1 to 2 times per month or 1 to 2 times per week. We asked respondents what places they typically frequented in those 2 districts, and restaurant bars was definitely number 1, followed by retail. And then the third category most selected was what respondents considered running errands when they were in those business districts. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides represent feedback we received from the business community. We received 40 total responses, and they were almost evenly split between those who identified as restaurant versus non-restaurant business or property owners. The further details show that of the non-restaurants, 11 were retail, 1 office, 1 fitness, and 5 building owners. And then on the lower left-hand corner, you'll see how those non-restaurants identified whether they were within the closures or outside of the closures. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see 10 respondents were within the California road closure and 5 identified as being outside of a temporary street closure. So that could have been both on Cal Ave and Ramona. And then on the lower right-hand portion, you'll see that 15 respondents indicated that they do use some form of on-street dining or a parklet, and 3 indicated that they did not plan on any on-street dining or parklets. Next slide. We also reached out and asked the businesses their level of support for the additional enhancements to the current program. You'll see that retail tended to be more supportive of the enhancements as opposed to the restaurant, those who respondents that identified as being within the restaurant community. And again, those were the enhancements of transitioning to umbrellas, small tents, only large tents during inclement weather, the installation of the bike lane, emergency access lane, bike lane, and having the pedestrians use the sidewalk. And then the last note was sidewalk and retail dining on the sidewalks only when there was 8-foot clearance maintained. Next slide. This last slide represents all responses across the community restaurant and retail for the level of support for the fees charged for use of the public right of way. If you look over to the left, you can see that it's a wide range of responses, and we even had a neutral response of 186 respondents, whereas in the businesses, the restaurants being the center graphic and the retail on the right, it's basically evenly split amongst those who agree or strongly agree and those who disagree or strongly disagree with a fee charged for use of the public right of way for revenue generating expenses. Next slide. And we are going to transition back over to Ozzy Arce. Thanks. And again, I just wanted to note that the surveys were not statistically relevant, but again, a point in time snapshot to get feedback on the enhancements to the program, as well as feedback from the business as well. Ozzy?
Thanks, Kara. So just, I know there's a lot information coming your way, but just we want to highlight sales tax information, and then I'll close out with some next steps. Just for additional context and consistency with previous discussion, we transmitted some high-level information about sales taxes, and this slide shows a breakdown of food services and retail by geographic area. These tables focus on the year-over-year changes from the second half of the calendar year for the last few years, dating back to 2018. And then we also show from 2019 to 2021 to get a sense of pre-pandemic versus second half of 2021. Now, the first table shows food services, and you can see a general trend here, consistent from 2018 to 2019, a dip from 19 to 20, and then a recovery from 2020 to 2021. When you compare 2019 straight to 2021, you see a general decrease. The second table shows retail. Now, here's a different story. Cal Ave decreased from 2018 to 2019, while universities stayed flat and the rest of the city grew somewhat. However, Cal Ave then increased slightly from 19 to 20, while university and the rest of the city declined. All three geographic areas recovered from 2020 to 2021. But what's notable here is that given that Cal Ave was at its lowest in 2018, you actually see positive growth in the comparison of 2019 to 2021 directly. And as was previously discussed with the City Council and detailed in the staff report, various factors influence the sales tax receipts beyond the closure of streets to vehicular traffic. Nonetheless, though, we wanted to ensure that Council saw these high-level figures as part of the overall conversation regarding ongoing closures. Next slide, please. To wrap up the presentation, I'll quickly go over some next steps, which is outlined in Table 1 of the report. Now, if Council formalizes direction to extend the street closures through December 31st, 2023, staff will work to implement the recommended interim changes and connect with businesses to help bring them into compliance with the updated regulations. With the help of Mr. Fukuchi, city staff will continue to engage businesses and the community about the interim changes focused on safety and circulation, and work to bring unified placemaking to Cal Ave through the elements that we mentioned focused on aesthetics and activation. Engagement with the businesses in the community will be ongoing throughout this process, and particularly through the summer and early fall as we initiate the RFI or RFP process for consultant support for the long-term alternatives analysis. City staff anticipates onboarding the consultant this summer or fall once Council approves of the contract. And at the end of this year and early into 2023, city staff will provide updates to the City Council as appropriate and solicit direction and input on the long-term alternative options for street closure. As Philip noted at the beginning of the presentation, an environmental assessment will be part of the long-term alternative study, including a CEQA analysis and a traffic study to look at the impacts on traffic, vehicle miles traveled, and other aspects. And into the second half of this year and early next, staff anticipates returning to the City Council with a report detailing analysis of long-term alternative options for street closures and recommendations, as informed by direction and feedback from the City Council, businesses, and the community at large. And finally, city staff will work to implement the recommended changes and recommendations that the City Council approves. The next and final slide, please, is the recommended action. But in essence, the City Council tonight has three options for how to proceed with the street closures. The first is this interim changes, where we leave the streets closed to vehicular traffic and implement certain changes to the configuration. This best aligns with the recommended action tonight as shown on the screen. A second option is a status quo option, which is to leave the streets closed to vehicular traffic with the current configurations. And last, another option is to reopen the streets to vehicular traffic. That concludes our presentation tonight. And like I noted, there's a team of staff present to help answer questions on the different elements of this report and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So before proceeding to the public, we can ask some technical questions of staff. Does anyone have any questions they want to ask at this time? Councilmember Du Bois.
It's really kind of a general question, but maybe a specific answer for Ramona in California. But it's this need for a dedicated emergency lane versus maybe putting movable furniture in that space. Can staff like talk to? It seems like quite a bit of space that would be dedicated for an emergency lane. And do we look at other options for reaching buildings, maybe from other streets, or again, maybe having furniture in that space, but it could be easily moved? Could somebody speak to that decision?
Yeah. Good evening, council members. This is Steve Lindsay with the Palo Fire Department, interim deputy fire marshal. When it comes to the street closure and emergency vehicle access, we're looking at it from a community risk reduction perspective. One of the challenges that we have with these areas is the lack of sprinkler systems in the buildings. And with our fire engines and hose deployment, the code calls for 20-foot emergency vehicle access at all times. Knowing the fact that we have unique hose deployment in Palo Alto, we were able to reduce that by measuring the compartment openings and also the appliances that we would be removing from the rigs, which allowed us to recommend a 16-foot access. And that gives us access to all the buildings to deploy our resources effectively and also to deploy our ambulances in the event of an emergency. Our ambulances contain life-saving equipment, medications, and EKG monitors. So having quick access to the building itself and to the occupants that are threatened is paramount to the safety of the community. So that's why we made those recommendations. Moving furniture is something that we've considered, and it's something that we've done in unique circumstances. But during this time frame, we're going to recommend that we have emergency vehicle access. Thank you.
Thanks. And on Cal Ave, we talk about 20-foot access. What about access from the rear alleys?
Those are taken into consideration. And when it comes to our hose deployment, we need access for both primary entry and secondary egress. And so we will ladder the building from both sides in the event of a fire. And so we need access to both sides whenever possible. And so that's why the recommendation was made. And the 16-foot was a reduction from the 20-foot that's called for in the code.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then similar question, I guess, did staff consider an option with no bike lanes, basically to maximize the use by businesses?
I'll go ahead and take a stab at that. Maybe somebody wants to join in. But just to mention that because that space is going to be dedicated for emergency access, it's basically lost space. I mean, we can't set up tables there. I mean, not that it's lost space. I don't want to give the wrong impression, but it's space that can't really be used by setting tables, chairs, or other facilities like that. So it's really something that is kind of optimal usage to have it used as a bike lane. And also just to note that was one of the concerns that we heard, as you know, we've got California Avenue connecting to the bike tunnel going across Caltrain and other bicycle facilities, that bicyclists maybe are not doing the best job listening and walking their bikes, or maybe are finding it inconvenient to have to walk their bikes when they're coming off of a bike facility.
Okay, my last question. So if we have the dedicated emergency lane and bike lane down the middle, what stops people from just crossing wherever they want? Is there a physical barrier there? In terms of pedestrians, maybe jaywalking or whatever you would call it on a closed street?
The plan was to for twofold. So first, we would set up some planned pedestrian crossings that are marked. And then second, the barriers around the dining space would also help route pedestrians in and out of the parklets on the sidewalk side. So it would be very clear that the way to get in and out is only from the sidewalk and help then reduce the number of errant pedestrians walking in the middle.
But then on Sundays, the farmer's market would be using the middle again.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask a couple questions. First, see, I was trying to follow, I guess it's down in staff recommendation C, where it says allow large tents only during inclement weather months. So last week we had the discussion around future structure designs for parklets. And is the staff recommending that that large tents be prohibited in non-inclement weather months, but other structures would be allowed, or that no structures would be allowed in the inclement weather, other than the inclement weather months?
We would allow umbrellas year round, and the smaller pop-up or shade tents all year round as well.
Sorry, I'm trying to get at whether the more permanent type structures would be allowed in those non-inclement months.
So any business that had a parklet, should the permanent program be guidelines be adopted, anyone with a parklet would have to transition to the permanent parklet guidelines. On California Avenue, if and when the permanent program is adopted, businesses can elect to build a parklet, and they would have to follow those permanent guidelines as well. And with the permanent guidelines are the elements for the roof structure there.
Okay. And has staff given consideration to, so if we are creating a circumstance where we're basically saying in the non-inclement months, other than umbrellas, you only have the option of the future parklet design, kind of heavier investments. But we'd only be clearly, under tonight's recommendations, clearly be stating that it would be closed as long as December of 2023. Has staff met with restaurants on whether it becomes worthwhile to invest in those parklet programs with the uncertainty of the time horizon, whether it will truly, they invest in them, they'll be permanent, or allowed to keep them past December 2023?
Anecdotally, yes, not. We didn't survey as closely as we did some of the other survey questions, and that is a big it's a big question for those businesses. How much those built parklets would cost? Do they want to invest in them? How long-term they will be? As we heard last week, some of the concerns were, heating elements, roof structures, anything for weatherization. And that is a concern of some of these businesses, is whether to invest at that level. Now, with regards to the larger tents that have provided the insulation from the weather, there are some concerns from a fire department perspective. I'll let Chief Lindsay speak about it more, but generally the permits for a tent, for the larger tents, 400 square feet aggregate and above, are only valid for 6 months, because then it becomes a building, and then we go into building code. So we want to circle back to that, and then I'll let Chief Lindsay speak more to the requirements of the emergency access lane with those tents erected as well.
Thank you, Kara. And just to touch a little bit on the tents. And so the fire code calls for any tent structure that is considered a temporary structure above 400 square feet to be permitted. and it's considered a temporary condition that is allowed for up to 6 months at a time. And so we're in a situation now where we have some tents that have been up, longer than that. We've made variances based on, community need, and also during this period where we're really gathering information to make a decision. But our recommendation going forward will be to remove those large tents and then have them installed during inclement weather. These companies are able to put these tents up relatively quickly. They are then inspected, and they also have to submit their engineering plans, and the fire department will check to make sure that these tents are following fire code as far as egress out of the tents in the event of an emergency. And so when these tents are removed, they are inspected by the company again, and then considered serviceable and then put back in place. And so it's kind of a twofold effect, but that is the fire department's perspective on the tents.
I'll wait until discussion to go into this more depth, but what I'm trying to get at is if we really want to encourage a transition from these temporary structures to investments in better designs, are we giving enough time horizon so that they can be justify making that investment that we want them to make? Okay, and then just last question. And we had some discussion last week on whether we would not allow dining, or for that matter, any retail on the sidewalks, period, if they had a parklet. But now that we're seeing this wider, this need for a wider emergency access lane that cuts into some of that parklet space, has staff looked at whether there are locations, or how many locations, frankly, are there, where there would be space for the full 8-foot pedestrian access and still allow a certain amount of dining on paved, what we call sidewalk area, but it's outside the 8-foot?
We haven't done a thorough level of analysis, but just in the times that we've been out there with regards to Ramona Street, you would have the side where Nola's at. They have a very narrow sidewalk. Conversely, the opposite side of the street, there are areas where there could be 8-foot clearance and then additional space for retail or dining. California Avenue, the width of the road kind of ebbs and flows, as does the width of the sidewalks as well. We would have to look at everything almost on a case-by-case basis and ensure that that we can create some space for folks, but generally just in walking through and taking a really good look at visually at how things would map out with the emergency access lane and the bike lane, it will work. The other thing I will note is that many of the restaurants are way over capacity out on the street. And when we pull these restaurants back to make room for the emergency access lane, their capacity will reduce. And one of the things that could be possibly discussed tonight is how much do we allow businesses to use outside? What percentage of the business can they utilize outside, so that way they can only seat up to their 100% capacity. Now that we're in this next interim phase, which we know will be through December of 2023, should council pass the resolution tonight, this is a big concern that we need to take a look at. We know that with building code, occupancy directly translates to the number of restroom facilities, which can become ADA issues. So holistic approach, and we have looked at everything, not to the level of detail of knowing which businesses will be affected in which regard, but something that we have communicated with businesses that we will help them on a case.
Okay, and I'm running over, but real quickly, you said something that I wasn't aware of. Are you saying that you're looking at capacity in terms of not just indoor capacity, but that their current rated capacity is based on indoor and outdoor combined?
Yes, very early on in the pandemic, the restaurants were allowed to seat up to 100% capacity outside, as many guests did not want to go inside, or at the time of the pandemic, they couldn't. So we, through the temporary program, we have worked with some restaurants to make adjustments, and we know that further adjustments would also need to be met.
I thought capacity was based upon fire restrictions and indoor capacity. I was not aware that we had defined capacity as indoor and outdoor. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I wanted to follow up on a question that Councilmember Du Bois asked on California Avenue. So I see there's 5 crosswalks. So those are all places that bicycles would have to stop if there was someone in the crosswalk, and be alert to that. Hopefully there'd be some kind of visual. But there are many places on California Avenue where there isn't dining out on there. And so what exactly would be there to prevent bicycles from going off the green paint? And what would there be to prevent pedestrians from coming into the middle where they've been used to being for 2 years? Like, it's all very well and good in the photo you showed, but that photo isn't representative of the full 2 blocks.
That's correct, and that's a great question. And one of the caveats we have, especially to Cal Ave, where we do have more space, is staff would like to utilize those open spaces, either with public art or other enhancements in the areas that we know we can use that space, coupled with making sure we take into account the footprint that the farmers market needs.
So temporary public art that's movable.
We do have new temporary murals that are ready to be, we're in the final process of engaging artists. And so we will look at how to activate any available space that is not used by a business nor would interfere with the farmers market.
Okay. And then my final question is, what are fire departments in other locales doing when they close streets? How are they dealing with this problem of emergency access?
So it depends on the community. Some fire departments are requiring fire lanes to go through completely. Other ones are installing or looking at installing pneumatic bollards with a painted red zone, such as what we're looking at doing as far as the red zone and the bike lane combined. And other departments have looked at breaking up the access points. And so there is smaller areas where the businesses can use parklets, and then there's streets that lead to it where they can access from one side or another, instead of having one continuous strip of parklets and outdoor dining.
And if I could tag on to the earlier response, I just want to note that for Councilmember Cormack's question about the pedestrians crossing, just noting that the response pertained to the crosswalks. At the non-crosswalk areas, there'd be edge treatment, there'd be whatever was coming up to the dining, and there'd be potentially signage, noting that that's what happened in State Street in Santa Barbara. Is there's signage directing the pedestrians where to walk and signage directing the bicyclists where to use their bicycle facilities.
Okay, so Mr. Cami, let me see if I understand you. In areas that are not crosswalks and not areas where there's outdoor dining, there will be an additional edge barrier that the city will install?
Yeah, can we pull up slide 8? Just to, so I'm not sure if the slides are showing.
Yeah, it's slide 8. It's the pretty one. I'm asking about the part where it doesn't look as pretty. Yeah, perfect.
So
Go ahead. So like on the
yellow,
right-hand side,
Yeah,
side of Ramona and that first part, yeah.
So on both of those, there would be an edge treatment that we need to have in order to delineate that.
Okay, that is not installed by a restaurant, but is installed by the city.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll now go to the public for any members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And just a moment. Okay, our first speaker is Zareen, to be followed by Alfred Pace. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Zareen. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, as well as the chef owner of Zareen's on California Avenue. I keep hearing that sometimes California will be open, should be kept open. Some people say it should be closed, and I just want to bring my 2 cents to the table. COVID has changed the way people buy groceries and other household goods. More and more folks are now doing online shopping than visiting brick and mortar stores. Bringing cars back on California Avenue may not influence those buying habits, but bringing more traffic, like the council has proposed, will or may change it. Also, let's not forget that we are not done with COVID just yet. Cases are on the rise, and our guests are not comfortable sitting inside. So these up and down on cases may continue for a few more years, and bringing traffic will prove to be challenging to our restaurants. So I'm in favor of keeping the street closed. I'm also in favor of having no bikes and no cars. It should be all just foot traffic allowed, pedestrian allowed. Many of the residents, including myself, would love to have a promenade free of cars or bikes whizzing by to stroll and shop local. I think even removing the tents from the street will be a great idea, even though it will affect the restaurants, but it will make the retail shop more visible without tents and big umbrellas, or even the regular less than 400 square feet tent. And also it will improve the aesthetics. It will open up the street. I think tents should not be a good idea except for a few months during the winter. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alfred Pace, to be followed by Laura Eckwall. Welcome. Mr. Pace, you should have the mic. Let's go forward to Laura Eckwall, and then we'll try Mr. Pace again in a few minutes. So Laura Eckwall to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg here in Chambers.
Great,
Welcome.
thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. First is something you said earlier regarding the Palo Alto Police, EMT, EMS, paramedics, et cetera, fire department. You guys are amazing, and we appreciate you all the time, year round, not just when we're on these special occasions. Moving on, again, Laura Eckwall, I'm one of the co-owners of La Bodeguita. We've been on CalAb since 1997. I think as we approach this topic, it's important to keep CalAb and Ramona as separate topics. If I was on Ramona, I'd want it closed, but I'm on CalAb. And while I'm grateful for the COVID support we've had, I actually think that it's time to evolve. And I think that our district cannot be just about restaurants. We have too many vacancies. I support what Zareen said. I would like to see no bikes on that part, but I would actually like to see us open up to cars during your 2-year feasibility study. You guys are talking about spending all this money and all of these decisions, but you've also, to my knowledge, already okayed a 2-year feasibility study. Open up the traffic right now, allow those who want to spend the time, energy, and money on their permanent parklets to proceed. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. And so if you've hired the consultant and it's going to take 2 years, open it up. You're talking about basically creating a 2-block superhighway in my opinion, that's 16 feet wide that looks like a Christmas ribbon. And for all of those residents who, on first opinion, myself included, thought, oh, this whole promenade thing's great. It could be, but we don't know the truth yet. And to be honest, 2 years of a 2-block bike square or rectangle to me seems ugly, unsafe. And I love my bicycle, but I'm actually one of the people who's on the street. And I can't tell you how many times I've been almost hit, how many times we've had confrontations with people speeding through. I don't think it's safe. And I also think that once the residents start realizing what a ghost town CalAb has become, they're going to realize that this whole proposal for a 2-year Christmas ribbon bike superhighway that's 2 blocks long is going to actually blow that pedestrian / promenade vibe that everyone is claiming to want. So I also ask one last point, that the city reaches out to the local leasing agents and find out what you can do to increase our vacancies. They are crazy, and it can't be just about the restaurants. We need to look out for Molly Stones, for the retail, for the offices. And I appreciate that things have shifted. A lot of people buy online, myself as well. But in order for our long-term sustainability as a neighborhood and a business district, in order to support our residents, our businesses, and our visitors, I really think that we need to open up to cars. You do your study, do the 2 years, do it right. And if at the end of 2 years, they say close, let's do it. But I'm also curious to see what's in that feasibility study. What are the measures be for success? Let's pursue that route first. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Giuseppe, and we'll be closing off comments momentarily. Welcome.
Thanks so much. This is an issue I care about deeply. I live very close to California Avenue, and I travel up and down that street at least twice every day. It's not a ghost town, but it does need your help, and it needs pretty badly. First of all, as to street closures, it is universally recognized by economists, urban planners, et cetera, that street closures can and will assist small business owners, retail restaurants, if done appropriately. That is really just not even into question. The reason for that is that foot traffic, more than any other types of traffic, is what generates businesses for these small businesses. Of course, foot traffic is only relevant if the pedestrians can actually see the businesses from where they're walking. And that calls into question a bunch of the problematic areas of your guys's the street closures, how they exist today. Those large tents can really block a lot of the small businesses. There's really kind of no use for them after a certain month. Like, I like the idea of March. And the kind of haphazard nature that it seems that some of these street closures have happened doesn't really help our small businesses. But that doesn't mean that street closures are bad. It just means that they need to be done appropriately, which is something I think you'll really get to hear a lot about by listening to the small business owners rather than listening to their landlords. One other way to fill a lot of these vacancies, as Shuhat from the photography store put in a letter that was submitted to you, is that especially when street closures have already occurred and when there's this 6th-floor parking garage right there, it doesn't make any sense to require parking for a retail establishment on California Avenue. I had no idea that was even a requirement until I read this letter. I can't imagine that any of you could look at me in the face and tell me that on California Avenue, where the street is closed, a small business, retail, or restaurant needs to have parking spaces. That's not even possible. And according to Shukat, who owns 4 buildings on this street, he said he hasn't been able to fill the spaces because of this parking requirement. And he's worked really hard to have relief from that, and that relief has not come. Maybe, again, this is because you are spending too much time listening to landlords and to Castellea and not to our community members, like the small business members that need your help, So in summary, because time is up, I strongly support street closures. Street street closures are uniformly believed overwhelmingly to favor small businesses, retail, restaurants, but they must be done in a way that tents are not blocking businesses, like my favorite California Avenue business, the Cobblery, and in ways that that retail aren't required to have anachronistic requirements like parking. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Giuseppe, to be followed by Lori Romero Villarreal. Welcome.
Thank you. Looks like a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, but if there's anything really, I mean, I guess everything I saw today was actually very reassuring. I think we're finally moving in the right direction. Obviously, there's still things that are going to divide us somewhat. I agree. I think California Avenue, maybe a full street closure is unwarranted because there are so many gaps. Makes me sound a little selfish because I'm on Ramona at Osteria, but Ramona is a little different though because there's just so much of a concentration there. But I do believe that the city really needs to look at parklets and street closures as a way, and landlords should also look at parklets and street closures. That's not really, we've talked about payment and that hasn't come up today, thank God. But it's almost like the city is really helping small business owners survive so that they can pay the rent on the unused space, specifically for restaurants inside. I can't tell you at Osteria how many reservations when the weather turns and we have by choice wanted to have an open feeling. You know, we have the wine barrels to delineate our space, and then we just sparingly use umbrellas and heat lamps to keep everybody comfortable. But when the weather turns, you know, half of our reservations will cancel because they don't want to sit inside. So I do think that extending to 2013 will kind of eliminate this yo-yo effect that we've had where we're back and forth, you know, with open and closed and how much space. I liked what I heard about capacity, but I do encourage you to take a look at what the real capacity is, because just adding the seats outside to the seats inside won't give you a real idea of what we're using. So I'm not sure exactly how to do that. Maybe the right way to do it would be to remove some of the tables inside if that's what the restaurant chooses, but we never know where people are going to sit. We know that most of them prefer to not be inside, but depending on what the weather's like, some people are going to want to move there. So capacity is an issue. I don't know how you look at it. I would say probably look at a number more like 130 or 140%, just to give that little extra delta for the times that nobody will be inside or that only inside will be set, which is going to be rare. So I don't look at, I encourage or see what you can do to facilitate parklets where street closures is not possible, because that small business, whether it's a restaurant or a retail shop, is paying full market rent for a space that they really can't fully utilize. So having the outdoor space is not really a bonus. You're not providing, I mean, sure, some restaurants are definitely using it to the max, but most restaurants that have outdoor spaces that are similar in size to their indoor spaces are not really getting an extra sales boost. They're just getting a sustenance boost to get them to where they were, hopefully, where they were prior to this pandemic. I know I've gone over, but I like the direction we're going, and finally, we're getting somewhere.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Romero Villarreal, to be followed by April Webster. Welcome.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. So I am part owner of Calave, which is on the corner of Birch and California Avenue. And although the street closure does not directly affect us, we don't have tables on the street. We have them on the sidewalks, which we have been permitted for a few years now to do so. My concern for the street closure, which I am for, I think it's great for the businesses that have had it. I agree with Giuseppe. It is, even though you know, the pandemic is still there, and most of our sales are outside still. A lot of people don't feel comfortable dining inside. But I would say my main concern is the bike lane. I just don't think it would be safe. Already, like when I'm going to Molly Stone's, I regularly almost get run over by a bicyclist that doesn't stop at the stop sign. So I think that is my main concern for the street closure and implementing a bike lane. I think it should be like a promenade, but pedestrian only. And I think that would, to me, be more of a safe answer. And then, as like I said, as far as the street closure, we are for it, even though it does not affect us directly. I know that we've talked about this years before the pandemic, closing the street. I think the businesses or the buildings that are vacant were vacant before the pandemic. I know it's a bigger discussion, but I think changing the zoning for these landlords to lease out their businesses, a little bit more flexibility there would help bring back tenants in those vacant buildings. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is April Webster, and then we'll try again with Alfred Pace. Welcome.
Hi, my name is April Webster. I am a resident of Mountain View for over a decade, and I would like to voice my strong support for extending the closure of CalAv to cars until the end of 2023. Friends and I visit CalAv for dining on a regular basis. It's one of our favorite spots. We particularly love the music nights at Italico and Tarun, and the entire experience of dining in the street parklets on CalAv. I have to say, this has been one of those silver linings of the pandemic. As Zareen pointed out, like others, we aren't fully comfortable sitting inside yet, and most often choose the outdoor option. And we specifically search out those communities in the Bay Area that have parklets, and we visit those locations. We're in California. Why on earth would you not want to enjoy the outdoor spaces? And who likes to eat while having exhaust and noise impacting the experience? I also want to say that my friends and I, we will frequently bike to CalAv during the summer from Mountain View along the Ellen Fletcher Bike Boulevard. And not to confuse things, but we really have no issue getting off our bikes to walk along CalAv to help, especially if it means, that helps maintain the experience, and also that it will keep these parklets open and closed to cars. It may surprise you, but most of us who ride our bikes to get around also enjoy walking. I just want to say it probably ruined the experience and the charm of CalAv to open it to cars. So just to summarize, on behalf of my friends and myself, I would like to voice our strong support. And thank you very much. And I cede my time.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Alfred Pace, to be followed by Leland Weisner.
Okay, sorry about the technical difficulty. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Apologies. Good evening, and thanks for the efforts to date on this important matter. My name is Al Pace. I started a business on California Avenue in 1998 on the west side of El Camino. And at least for me, I'm grateful for the services and opportunities that have been provided by the very walkable California Avenue. I'm in support of the evaluation for its permanent closure. I recognize there are pragmatic challenges regarding fire safety, parklets, permanency, et cetera, but I also see a group here well positioned to navigate these challenges. Historically, California Avenue has played second fiddle to University Avenue. However, the silver lining out of this pain of the COVID era is a positive change that is occurring on California Avenue, one observed by some of the speakers today. Re-energized, the closed status has energized the avenue, the adjacent communities, and to some extent the arts. As a newly established walking environment, locals and visitors can be found strolling the street, enjoying the changing venues, restaurants, and the arts. And I note that based upon the table that was presented earlier today, which evaluated the performance of retail sales and restaurant sales, that indeed retail sales have improved from the pre-pandemic period, at least as I understood the chart. We have few opportunities to make bold, significant changes that benefit the community. I believe the City Council has just such an opportunity to embark upon a bold change, embraced by the community and offering potential for a reimagining of California Avenue. I'm grateful for all of the city's efforts to date and the support the extended closure and continuing evaluation of making it permanent. We have an opportunity to establish a new housing, entertainment, restaurant, and arts district on these two important blocks, while capitalizing on the local transportation benefits of Caltrans Station and the buses offered on El Camino Real. With vision, the Palo Alto can create a destination drawing support and interest from locals and visitors, and in so doing, also increase city revenues, I believe. I support the city's efforts to continue the evaluation of this compelling opportunity and to continue the closure through December 23. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leland Wiesner, to be followed by Nancy Kupel. Welcome.
Hello, Council. My name is Leland Wiesner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So just quick background. I'm a patent lawyer who inadvertently became a property owner to fulfill many of my clients' needs to have real estate, have a small office, and grow their businesses. And I can tell you at least, and I'm telling you this is just one patent attorney in Silicon Valley, but many of those businesses have become multi-billion-dollar companies and have made Palo Alto famous for what I'm going to say, which is being disregarded here, is that small office space and all those people they bring in for those restaurants to then feed. So I'm the first to say I love a walkable area. I've been to Europe, I've been to Amsterdam, and it's quite fun, but it's not organized, and cars and bikes run together, and it's very dangerous. I first want to say that this plan of putting a bike lane down California Avenue is somewhat appalling. The bikes do run stop signs, they run rampant, and I love bikes, but I don't see the point. If you're trying to make it walkable, then let's make it walkable. And I think it's a wrong turn to do that. So even if this plan were approved, I think that's a major problem, and there's really no point to it. Just put a parking area for the bikes, have them lock their bikes and then walk the area. That'll probably help a lot more. I also want to mention, I looked at the brief outline of this slide. I'd said nothing that showed office vacancies. So I'm going to tell you right now, just anecdotally, I know Cherry Shuket has 3 buildings vacant of 5,000 square feet each. I have a couple of buildings. One's completely vacant with a South Korean company, one of the largest companies in South Korea. They just left. It's a vacant building. And I have some other vacant space, and I know others are suffering the same consequence. So prior to the pandemic, and counter to Lori Romero Villarreal's comment, we were so full that I had people banging the doors down, and now we are completely vacant. And I must say, parking is not a problem because there's no one there. Likewise, if we are to get full again, which I hope we do, parking will become a problem, and this idea of closing California Avenue will become a mess. So we waited a good long 10 years for the structure that was there. And I would have to say that I hope we have a parking problem again, because the way it's going, it's not looking very good. So I understand the pandemic. I understand the closures. I understand the restaurants needing outdoor experiences to make them survive. I'm not saying we're done with that, but I see no point in extending this any further. And I think that Palo Alto, the council, and the people of the city should recognize that office is a cornerstone of what made the city, because that's what Palo Alto is known for. It's known for major corporations, all kinds of startups, all kinds of businesses, and this focus on restaurant is completely misdirected. And my apologies for being so blunt, but without this little amount of time, I think council is making a big mistake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Kupel, to be followed by Lisa Robbins. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Nancy Kupal, an owner of Kupa Cafe, a small family business with 3 locations in the city of Palo Alto. The first of which I opened 18 years ago on Ramona Street. Tonight, I'm going to be addressing Ramona Street, which I find is really different than Cal Ave. So I'd like to just focus on Ramona. First, I'd like to thank our city council with the help of our city staff for the emergency measures they put in place with the use of public outdoor spaces during the pandemic shutdowns. This allowed many of us in the restaurant industry to be able to stay in business. In fact, all of us on Ramona Street were able to survive the pandemic shutdowns and remain open, as well as sustain jobs for our employees. Today, I would like to urge the mayor and city council to continue with the closure of half of Ramona Street, which has received overwhelming support from the community and visitors. A survey on change.org produced over 6,000 signatures favoring pedestrian-friendly streets, and the multitude of emails being sent to the city council are testimony to this fact. Outdoor dining in the form of street closures and parklets have been a lifeline for our industry since 2020. And outdoor space is not simply an extension of our indoor space that provides extra seating or revenue, but rather it's the outdoor seating that we need to not only recover from these past 2 devastating years, but to create the revenue needed to continue to pay our Palo Alto landlords at market rates. We have not yet been able to recover the sales revenue that we had pre-COVID due to many factors, and with increasing operational, labor, and supply costs, the ability to stay in business is still at risk. To put it simply, we need outdoor seating just to be able to afford the higher cost of operations and rents while not using our indoors because of the changing habits of consumers due to COVID. Essentially, our outdoor dining space is essential to keeping our doors open and furthermore provides a continuous stream of sales tax to the city. Outdoor dining is a win-win, and even more so on pedestrian-friendly streets, protecting the diners from inhaling passing car fumes and traffic as they dine. The Ramona Street partial closure also makes sense because it is closing only a small part of the street and still allows easy access for emergency vehicles. Because of the large space at either end of the closure, all businesses are still accessible to fire trucks and other safety vehicles. The wide space near the corner of Hamilton is ample to accommodate any vehicle, and if needed, the north end by the parking garage is also wide open to straightforward access. Ultimately, it's a very short portion of the street that's actually closed to traffic. There is also plenty of parking in the 3 lots immediately adjacent, namely on Ramona, Emerson, and City Hall. So the few parking spots on the closed half street do not really affect parking availability.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you for your time. There's many reasons why it should become permanent, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Robbins, to be followed by Jessica Roth. Welcome.
It appears Lisa put her hand down, sir. I apologize. It appears Lisa has put her hand down. She's removed her request to speak.
All right. Then we'll move on to Jessica Roth, to be followed by Mike Stone. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Jessica Roth. I am a business owner on California Avenue. As a retailer, it's imperative that we get our public back onto our sidewalks. We have our stores on main streets for one reason, and that's foot traffic. I want to thank staff for attempting to do this. However, I do have a few concerns I would like to address about the bikes. My observation of the bicyclists over the last 2 years is that they tend to not listen or pay attention to the rules or the signs. So we will need some kind of speed deterrent put down to make sure that our public is safe. We also need to make sure that the public is able to cross back and forth over California Avenue without being run over by a bicycle. I would like council to ideally reconsider the closure during the planning process. I believe if we open the street, it would be beneficial to many people. Currently, the restaurants and the people eating in the restaurants are the ones that benefit from the street, but we are a downtown area and we need everyone to benefit. And I think this can happen. I think that we can open the street during the planning process and allow our new economic developer to come in and place people in all of our empty spaces. Currently, I just wanted to clarify, we have lost 8 businesses on California Avenue in the closed part of California Avenue since you guys have closed the road. And I can tell you those if needed. But we've lost 8 businesses, and that's a lot of percent-wise to retail. Some of the restaurateurs that have spoken tonight, they are at 3 or 4 times their capacity. So yeah, I guess that would be really great. I would love if I could get a whole bunch of, free space. But as a retailer, those options aren't there for us, and we need to make it fair for everyone. I also wanted to say that 7 years ago, when the streetscape was redesigned, they designed for the center portion between Ash and Birch to be closed. And there was talk at that point in time of 1 lane of traffic into California Avenue and then redirecting people around Ash. And what do we have near Ash Street now? A giant parking garage. So let's revisit this idea that we have, was already in place. We don't have to spend any money. It's already there. Thanks for my time tonight. Thank you guys. Everyone knows how I feel, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Lisa Robbins to be followed by Mike Stone. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the hand raising. Thanks for coming back to me. I appreciate it. And good evening to everyone. I own a retail business on California Avenue. And just out front would like to say that I am super pro restaurant and really appreciate all of my neighbors on the street and wish them nothing but well. When the decision was made to extend to close the street, I was impressed with the city for acting quickly. I felt like it was the correct response to an emergency situation, and clearly it was, because most of the restaurants are still with us. But now, just when it seems that we ought to be making a thoughtful transition to permanent parklets and a return to the relatively gentle traffic patterns and open access that we used to have, you're deciding to extend what was an emergency closure to infinity. Run a bike superhighway down the middle of Cal Ave and risk the continued decline of the retail environment of the whole district. And all of this in order to study whether or not doing all of that is feasible, which seems a little bit backwards to me. I know you have feedback from constituents that support road closures. I'm just not sure that they would support them if they knew what this current plan looks like. I'm not sure they would if they could see what our street looks like in the middle of the day, in the middle of the week. And I'm not sure they would if they knew what might be lost. A couple of things about the closure. And again, I initially totally supported it. I'm just not sure it's the right thing going forward. I do think parklets could be. The street was cleaner when it was open to traffic, believe it or not. I'm like, right now, it's not getting cleaned by anybody, except for those of us who sweep the sidewalks, and where do we sweep into, right? The streets, which aren't getting cleaned. The space we occupy now was designed and relatively recently for slow traffic and a walkable shopping and dining district, and we had that. What we have now is a little bit of a mess, and the proposed alternative just replaces cars with bikes whizzing down the middle of the street. We've lost so much over the last couple of years. Too many storefronts on California Avenue are vacant. I don't know how you could be so sure that continuing this closure for another 18 months to 2 years is going to help. To reopen to traffic and seeing if we get some revitalization. Last time this was talked about, we just seen a presentation about State Street in Santa Barbara, and it was a pretty presentation and totally inspiring, but it seems to gloss over the fact that State Street in Santa Barbara has a beach at one end while we have a Caltrain station. We're a sleepy, awesome neighborhood shopping district, and I'd like to return to being that. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Stone, to be followed by Charlie Whiteants. Welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight. I'm a grocer, and that's usually a pinnacle of the community. You seem to be more focused on the farmer's market or brick and mortar in restaurants rather than the basis of what the community is made of. Your statistics you're getting are tainted. It's less than 5% of my customers. I quite don't understand it. You have sales less than 2019, which is unacceptable and unusual. But, we were dealing with COVID, and we've been talking about COVID the whole time. But now it's a perfect storm. It's inflation, it's prices, wages, supply chain, lack of help, gas prices, interest rates rising, a pending recession. The cost of doing business is excessive to businesses, safety issues, and now you got a war. So, you have a majority of businesses other than restaurants that are against the closure of the street. You close the thoroughfare. You close the main artery of California Street. Has staff reached out to me other than Kara to ask me any questions? No. Kara is the only one. So all these other people that given reports and stuff, it's, to talk to the main business on California Street or California Avenue is ridiculous. Just think, okay, how a main artery is shut and you operate off your veins. You would kill yourself. And that's what's happening here. You're shutting off the main artery. And so please, for the life of the street, open it. It's hurting more people. It's hurting more businesses than helping it. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I hope you understand the effect that is happening on most of the businesses other than restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Whiteants, to be followed by Greg St. Clair. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Tonight, you are considering the staff recommendations to extend the temporary closure of California Avenue and Ramona Street until December 31 of 2023, including the implementation of specific access rules. If you are going to consider the extended closure on California Avenue rather than reopening it to vehicle traffic, then we ask that you also consider how extending the closure can be done in a way that will promote the success of all businesses during this period. It was mentioned today that California Avenue has incredible potential and an opportunity to become a premier shopping and dining destination for the residents of Palo Alto and its surrounding communities. With this in mind, how would a closed street be maximized for business development growth? We hear regularly that there are many limitations to what kind of businesses can exist on California Avenue. So how can a strategy be developed now that revises, for example, zoning limitations along with CUP restrictions to allow more diverse businesses to open and fill the vacancies in a reasonable time and reasonable cost? And why not allow businesses, not just restaurants, the opportunity to have a parklet if they feel it can support their business model? And in the short term, how can we find new ways to drive people to California Avenue to support all businesses? A coordinated effort to attract dining, retail guests, and shoppers, for example, have improved signage, coordinated weekly events such as concerts or barbecues, or even expand code art program, all in a friendly, relaxed atmosphere to bring people down to California Avenue. If you're going to extend the California street closure, how can we collectively bring all stakeholders together to discuss options that would support the economic recovery and growth, both in the short term as well in the long-term plan? And as you look at Ramona Street, we know that the current closure has had positive benefits for some, but not for all. And the benefits of this extended closure can be minimal with the limited expansion of some parklets and the significant reduction of others that may not outweigh the costs to the non-food retailers and retailers on neighboring streets. However, if you continue the extended closure on Ramona, as we said with California Avenue, the Ramona Street and neighboring businesses also need the same overall attention for success. If you extend this closure, additional marketing and the other options that I mentioned for California Avenue need to exist as well. So what can we do together to enhance and improve and continue economic recovery and development on California Avenue and Ramona Street? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg St. Clair, to be followed by our last speaker with the last three digits on their phone of 603. Welcome.
Hold on.
Hello.
Oh, I think I was muted. So Mayor, council members, Ed, thank you for allowing me to comment. I'm Greg St. Clair, the owner of Avenue Restaurant Group. Nola is one of my restaurants that I opened in 1996. So I've seen a lot over the 26 years I've been in Palo Alto. I don't want to sound overly in the restaurant corner because my success depends on everyone being successful. So, I'm concerned about my retail neighbors. Obviously concerned about the offices in downtown Palo Alto being full and vibrant. The one thing I'll add is that restaurants are kind of a quality of life issue that make us decide where we want to purchase our homes, make us decide big companies where they want to locate their businesses. I mean, it's a real driving factor. And it's, as I've seen Palo Alto's ups and downs, it's the vibrant restaurant community is the reason that the VCs came down off the hill. Without restaurants, you don't have commercial. Without restaurants, you don't have vibrant retail. So, if you look at, really successful retail sectors, it's very rare that you can park right in front of that business. Think Santana Rose, think any major, think Stanford, think all of these different places. So, we have an inherent problem with the way that we develop the West Coast with the lack of public transit, the lack of outdoor spaces, the lack of all these things. So COVID has kind of given us this opportunity to reset and re-envision our downtowns. And 7 years ago, I put a parklet in front of one of my other businesses in San Carlos. It's been a huge success. It was an 18-month pilot program that gave me enough of a window to decide, like, I'm going to really invest and make something beautiful that the residents my patrons, my neighbors next door in retail will love. So, I encourage us to extend this program. We are not out of COVID. Let's assess it. Let's see how it goes. But I am really in support of high quality standards and high quality finishes, because it does look a little bit of shantytown in a lot of these different places. So, I'm not just about the restaurants. I think that vibrant parklets and closures can help create dynamic retail sectors and then draw the big, huge quality tenants back into these commercial vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker has the last digits on their phone is 603.
Mr. Mayor, it appears they removed their request to speak.
Okay. So given that we've been a number of hours without a break, let's take a quick break and then go into our discussion on this item. Let's return at 9:05. Great, thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is Terry Holsomer. As a longtime neighbor and resident in the California Avenue area who has lived here for 28 years, I wanted to bring your attention to 4 key issues in regards to the closure of the street and its impact on the neighborhood. First of all, I'd like to make a quick correction to the staff report, which on the title mentions the closure goes from El Camino to Park, which I consider to be a simple mistake by staff, as if the closure goes from El Camino to Birch. A closure to Park would make Park practically a dead-end street and not an important through street to Cambridge that it is now. Number 2, I'd like to sincerely hope that you would take notice of packet page 163. I'm going to repeat it, 163 of the staff report, especially the last 2 paragraphs on that page. It indicates how views on the street closure are suddenly now changing. To me, the most important statement in there is that there has been a shift in some opinions on the California Avenue area. Number 3, although I believe that a closure is not a great idea and that the city ought to consider the Los Altos model, whether you support the closure or you don't support the closure, it's important to note that it's a publicly owned street built and maintained by taxpayers in our city and now being used on a regular basis as an extension to some of these for-profit businesses. You can see that some of these extensions are far larger than the actual businesses themselves. As a strong supporter of the city's proposed business tax, which I am, I believe it's time to reevaluate what a fair share is, even on these businesses on California Avenue. It's time that a publicly owned street be paid if it's being used in a private entity. Now is the time to do that. And lastly, as part of the past steering committee, I wanted to bring to your attention an email error that may have been read by you today from a California Avenue business owner. In that email, that owner claimed that their CUP application process was delayed or appealed by PAZ. This is a totally false and misleading information statement. To my knowledge, PAZ has never appealed a single CUP by a California Avenue business. We hope that this will be fully retracted by this person and treated as misinformation by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead shortly and take a break. I want to make one announcement first. We had hoped to be able to get to what was formerly item 13, which was a review of 2023 program for domestic recycling of mixed paper and mixed rigid plastics. We're going to have to reschedule that for an upcoming meeting. So we'll still try to get to item number 15 on objective standards and see how that goes. In the meantime, we'll take a break until 9:10. it up to discussion and any follow-up questions by the council, and then figure out if we can have direction. Oh, and I should have also noted, or did I before break, that we won't get to 13? Yeah, I did. Yeah, sorry. I guess it's getting late already. Sorry, who does? Oh, Mr. Kami.
Thank you very much. I'll lower my hand. I just wanted to add some additional clarification regarding the question regarding edge treatment that was brought up by Councilmember Cormack. I just wanted to quickly add that the additional clarification that on packet page 160 or report page 4, under the bullet covering edge treatment, that it states that all restaurants with on-street dining shall be required to include a continuous barrier by preventing dining guests from entering the dedicated two-way bicycle lane. And to note that in areas where there's not a restaurant with on-street dining and the edge treatment is necessary, the city would install something to be used as edge treatments.
Thank you. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mr. Kami. That was what I understood from what you said. So thanks for the repetition. It's a little hard to understand from these detailed drawings. So I'm looking at like slides 5 and 6. The proposed changes versus the existing conditions. Do you have an overhead overlay that shows us what that looks like or not? It's fine if you don't. I'm just asking. No. Okay. All right then. We've heard some discussion tonight about vacancies, and we reopened University Avenue December last year. I don't remember. Someone will remember. Yes, someone's nodding. December. Great. And I realize it's not in there and we hadn't asked you, but I'm just curious, do we have any understanding of how vacancies have changed on University Avenue after we reopened to traffic? Vehicular traffic.
The roads open. Thank you for that question. The roads open in October, and while I don't have specific numbers, I know there were several businesses that opened up in the downtown area, but also more notably, I spoke with the chamber CEO and several businesses along University, and support for University open and in terms of increased foot traffic and sales was noted by the chamber and myself.
Okay, great. So again, back on, and again, I agree with the commenters that California Avenue and Ramona are separate. So I'll stick with California Avenue for a moment. Where is the bike parking? So if I'm looking at this extensive drawing on slide 5, where are we recommending that people park their bikes if they're going to bike to Cal Ave?
Well, I'll start with that, and then staff could jump in if needed. But just to note that is, first of all, that is a possibility that we use edge treatment, bike parking as an edge treatment where there are not restaurants. So that is one of the possible things that we install. I also want to note that currently at California Avenue, there's been a decent amount of bike parking that was added at the new garage structure. And apart from that, as we're creating a bicycle facility, we'd be looking for additional places to install bike parking as needed.
Is that bike parking at the garage being well utilized? Does anybody know?
Last I went on a Friday, there was some usage. I didn't really take account, but there was a decent amount of usage at noontime.
Okay,
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sylvia's nodding her head. And every time I've been down there, whether it's in the evening or daytime, the bike parking is specifically used. And then some cyclists are actually using some posts to overhead canopies and things as well to lock their bikes. So we're seeing them quite a bit down there.
Because we've had multiple suggestions, and it's obvious when you're walking up and down that like at the dead end areas that would be a really logical place to put bike parking. So I think that's something for us to think about, whether it's in this iteration and or the next one. I guess I'm still unsatisfied. I'm sorry with the answer about emergency access because I know there are other places in this country where roads are closed. So help me understand why we really have to have, emergency access this wide right down the middle of California Avenue.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Cormack. In regards to the emergency access, we looked specifically at the buildings that we're serving within the district, and on the Ramona, on the hotel side, we don't have buildings that have sprinkler systems. And so having access to be able to park our fire engines directly in front of the building to deploy our hose lines was something that we took into consideration in the event of a fire. In regards to medical emergencies, bringing our ambulances closer to where the concentration of people are is always an advantage to be able to deploy our medics much quicker. And on the California side, similarly, we have a lot of buildings that don't have sprinklers as well. So I see Chief Blackshire's on the line, and would you like to add some context to that, Chief?
Yeah, actually, you covered it pretty well. I just want to make sure that that the interest of access is always in the interest of time, whether it's a medical call or a fire. The sooner we can get to the emergency, the more effective and the more positive the outcome. So if any efforts to delay getting access to an emergency, whether it be a medical call or a fire, a car accident, et cetera, that's really what it boils down to, is how effective and how timely we can get to an emergency. And as Chief Lindsay has said, the makeup of the occupancy and the fire protection systems also weigh in on how effective the fire control systems will be. And so those that don't have it are clearly more of a concern because they don't have the suppression systems that will contain a fire while we are responding. So just keep in mind that's our thought process, is to minimize the time that it would take to get to the emergency primarily. And then there's the makeup of the occupancy as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does staff have, I know this was kind of briefly addressed during your presentation, that you're working on what a possible design would look like for the bike lanes and the emergency closures, and that it would not hopefully be the bright red and green markings that we saw on the paper. But I know some of the public commenters discussed that, and we've seen that in some emails. So maybe if you could reiterate that point, that it's not going to look like that, and maybe talk about some possible design elements that you've seen in other communities or what we're thinking of right now.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Griffin, do you want to take this or shall I?
Sure, you can go ahead and answer, and I'll add to it if needed.
Good evening, Councilmember Stone. Thank you for the question. This is Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager. As noted in the presentation, staff has not landed on what design would be used for the bike lane and the fire access lane. So no, we would not be looking to put down a Christmas ribbon. We have not addressed that just yet. But I just want to add one more thing. We do want to note where pedestrian crossings will be, and we would be putting additional signage for the pedestrians and for the bikes to let everybody know what is happening here. And we are, as noted in the presentation, there was an art crosswalk that was shown as an example that could be part of how we signal to folks that something different is happening at this particular location.
Okay, so it could be as simple as signage to, I guess what I'm concerned about, and what seems like others are concerned about, is a large slab of paint running down the center of the street. I don't think anyone wants that. Doesn't seem like that's envisioned.
Well, I just want to note that that is what State Street has in Santa Barbara to markate their bicycle lanes. So that is a possibility. I don't think that's necessarily what we would want to do for a temporary situation or a short-term situation. As I mentioned before, we want to use, signage and barriers to let the pedestrians know where they need to go, and bicycles let them know where they can go. But that is a possibility. So I do want to share that as a possibility that paint could be used.
Okay, so thank you. I'm curious, so I know staff is interested in hiring a consultant to bring on for the analysis of the long-term alternatives. Would that include, or are we also considering including an economic impact analysis to see what the impacts would be long-term on businesses on Cal Ave and Ramona Street, or is that kind of part of the CEQA analysis? If you can talk a little bit more about that.
Go ahead, Philip, sorry.
Sorry, I just a note, we did have our item before council, and apologies, I don't remember the date where we discussed that study that we'll need to do to determine the alternatives. Oh, thank you. Somebody's posted in the chat. It was February 28th. And I think we did mention in there that we would need to do some economic analysis.
Yeah, so is that what's basically being asked here for the staff request for the consultant, or is that a separate issue that's already been addressed?
I don't believe, I'm sorry, I might be misunderstanding you, but I don't believe we're asking for anything additional. That's already been directed by council.
Okay, I saw in the report a request for a consultant. Maybe I misread that.
Oh, sorry, that's, so I think that's we will be issuing a request for proposals in order to get that consultant. Right. And that's per the council direction on February 28th.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess last question, I'm curious, and does staff have any ideas why retail on California Avenue recovered better than retail in other parts of the city?
Good evening, council members. Steve Guagliardo, Principal Management Analyst with the Administrative Services Department. And if you're looking at that table on slide 16, you see the retail for Cal Ave. And part of it is when the dip happened for Cal Ave. So from 2018 to 2019, Cal Ave was unique in that its retail sales tax receipts actually declined from 2018 to 2019. Now, there's a number of factors associated with that. Obviously, that's pre-pandemic. And then what you see from 2019 to 2020 is growth from 2020 to 2021. And then if you compare 2019 directly to 2021, you see that growth trend continue. That's largely just looking at 2019 to 2021. That low point was essentially 2019. And so its growth looks greater simply because it was lower in 2019 while the other geographic district areas were higher. It's hard to disaggregate and pinpoint a particular reason why retail might be doing better on Cal Ave than the other districts. Again, as noted in the staff report, there's a whole number of factors affecting sales tax, regardless of the street closures.
That's helpful. Thanks. And thanks for that clarification on that data. And I'm curious, as staff, I appreciate the surveying of the local businesses and of the community. But still, surveys difficult to kind of have that, that back and forth and being able to have those follow-up questions. Has there been more kind of developed dialogue with businesses on Cal Ave, Ramona Street, and maybe trying to understand some of these answers a little better, or at least trying to create a closer partnership there?
Yes. Prior to the surveys going out, we had meetings with both of the business groups where we did outline the additional recommendations in the council, in the staff report, as well as show them the graphic of the layout of the roads, just so they'd have an understanding. And that did generate a lot of follow-up conversations, to which I had with businesses. And I've also met with some business owners and operators out on site, just to have a really good look at what the recommendations would mean for them specifically.
And I imagine that those conversations will continue regardless of what the decision is tonight, to be able to continue to work with those businesses and make modifications here and there as might be necessary.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so I agree with all the comments about separating Ramona and California. You know, when you look at Ramona, it's a very short half a block, mostly restaurants. I haven't really seen issues. I don't think we've heard of a lot of issues. It is a historic district, and it's one thing the staff report didn't really talk about. I would like to see, I think it's an important consideration as we think about closing that street, think about how it can be supportive of the historic buildings there in terms of look and design. California Avenue, however, is much different. I think we've got a much more variety. It's a larger space. If you go there at different times of the day, I think there are very noticeable issues. And then at night, when the restaurants open up, it picks up. And you know, today we had a lot of interesting emails. Vinvito, Moods Wine Bar, Cal Ave, Printers, Leaf and Pedal have all said they now want to open the street. And even an email from Tehrun and Italico, which is owned by two brothers, said they would support street opening. So it feels like there's just a lot of uncertainty, I would say, on Cal Ave. At least they said they wouldn't oppose it in that email. And if you saw it, I can send it to you. No, they said more than that. In the Parklet discussion last week, we talked about what we're really going for is an outdoor dining experience. And it seemed a little bit disconnected from tonight, where we started to talk about large tents and inclement weather. I thought we were kind of clear from last week that the goal is really this outdoor dining experience, not extra kind of indoor space that's outdoors. We haven't really talked about charges. I think, again, we should think about on these closed streets in line with the permanent Parklet program, what kind of rent we would charge for street space. We're going to come back to that discussion, but I would assume that the per square foot charge would be similar to what the Parklet rate is. So I have to admit, I don't have a good solution for Cal Ave. I do think about how we close the street on Sundays for the farmers market. And is there a possibility here? We rejected it early on. Maybe we should come back to it. Do we open the street like Monday through Friday, and then maybe close it Friday afternoon through Sunday for a dining experience, kind of Friday, Saturday, Sunday? It seems like that might be the best of both worlds. And, again, for this 2-year temporary period, I agree with a lot of the speakers. I don't think a 2-year bike path is what a lot of us had in mind when we were thinking of closing the street. In terms of the biking, I'm not sure why we want to route bikes down the middle of Cal Ave. We have Park Avenue, Park Boulevard to one direction. Both directions, but you can go to Matadero, you can go to Stanford Avenue. And a lot of the other cities I've been in where they've closed these streets, it really is pedestrian focused. And we talked about edge treatments. A lot of cities use even just ropes where, to block off restaurants in the mid block where you can only cross at the blocks, or fences. And I kind of think what we're going for is something closer to like the Stanford Mall or Santana Row, or something like Pearl Street and Boulder. And none of these places have a big emergency access route down the middle. And I know we've asked the question several times. We've got the same answer about fire safety. You know, and again, maybe all these other places have sprinklers installed. So I don't know, my thinking is definitely evolving. I think originally I was thinking we were closing the street for the use of the businesses. Now with this idea of emergency path and a bike path, it seems like, again, if the long-term goal is more of a pedestrian walkway, that's more of a public space, you know, then maybe the businesses aren't actually out in that public space, but what we're designing is, you know, more of a walkway. But ultimately, if that's the goal, I'm not sure why we want to have a bike path there for 2 years. You know, we're headed towards this permanent design, and you know, maybe that permanent design has bikes down the middle, but maybe it doesn't. And if it doesn't, maybe we should think about where we route bikes in the meantime. You know, on the aesthetic piece, there were some comments in the staff report, again, I think being consistent with last week, kind of the lower height, the 36-inch height, getting away from the tents and the tarps and trying to have it look more aesthetically pleasing. And then, yeah, I mean, I know I'm a little jumbled here in my thoughts, but those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about. And again, ultimately, I wasn't picturing an active bike path down the middle of the street. So I'm curious what everybody else is thinking in terms of where they see us heading.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I would like to continue asking questions regards to the fire lane. So Chief Lindsay, I know that you said that going down to the 16 feet, right, wide, looking at it really carefully in terms of the engines and the size and so forth. But doesn't the CFC also says that the requirement is 20 feet wide?
That is correct. And thank you for that question. So in the California Fire Code, they call for 20-foot wide emergency access lanes. And that is kind of a generic rule, a one size fits all. And looking at specifically those corridors and our apparatus, we understand that our apparatus has slightly smaller openings for the side compartment doors versus some of the other rigs that were used in the comparison when they designed that code. And so we were able to make some accommodations to reduce that space within reason. And in regards to, I can speak more specifically to like Stanford Shopping Mall. When they designed the mall, they designed it with that use case in mind to have walk spaces to outdoor retail. They also have bollards with emergency vehicle access. So we do have keys and we have access within the mall to drive our rigs. They also designed the mall throughout with what's called wharf hydrants and active suppression systems. So we can effectively fight a fire given the circumstances and the access challenges. We still have the ability to get in there. So that's what I'd like to add. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That really helps, you know, with looking at the picture, especially Stanford Mall, you know, when they're building it, they're taking that into consideration. So since this is already built out on Ramona as well as on California Avenue, you know, it's not taken into consideration the danger and the timing, especially the timing in order to get there and to address the problems. My worry is that after all the work you've done in order to narrow it to accommodate and to have that street closure at 16 feet wide, that there might be in the future a potential encroachment creep. You know, these things starts to put a table out a little bit more and a little bit more. So enforcement is going to be a big factor, and of course, naturally, the compliance of the people that are using the parklets or the street. So thank you, Chief Lindsay. The other thing is with the wall edge, I'm sorry, I forget what the name, edge treatment on the street, that I think ARB had mentioned that they would like to see no taller than 36 inches. But here in this report, it also gives the option of no higher than 42 inches measured from the street level. And the whole point of leaving it at 36 inches is so that it gives more visibility to the other businesses that's on the street, and to be fair to all the other business owners. So I think one of the main things in this entire endeavor is that the city did step up in order to aid a lot of the businesses, especially the restaurants during the pandemic. And I think at this time it needs to be turned around, where the restaurant are also aiding their business colleagues, especially the smaller businesses, retailers, and so forth. Another question I have is on the EDC, which is the Economic Development Committees. I see that they have created one for downtown, and they will be creating something similar for California Avenue. Is this going to replace the California Business District and the downtown business district committees that had been ongoing previous to the pandemic?
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. No, they are not intended to replace, but to supplement and formulated to specifically discuss economic development as it relates to the entire district. I know that the downtown bid is on hiatus. And when these bids come back online, we will help by informing and providing information, but again, they'll be held in parallel.
Has it started up already?
The downtown has, and just with other work, we haven't completely formulated the CalAv group, but the kind of the shell and the framework are in place. And so once we get some members, we will be able to get that up and running.
Okay. One of my colleagues mentioned that, perhaps the bicycle racks should be placed at the edge of the enclosure. And I think probably at the dead end streets or at the beginning of CalAv, at the end of CalAv. I think that would be a great idea, and have people walk. I am actually surprised tonight that there were quite a number of business owners who have come forward and basically, where in the past they had said that they were for the closure, now are actually saying that, well, maybe not. And it's starting to cause me to kind of think, is it too soon to be thinking about closing the streets? So I think I leave it at that until I hear more, but I do have to say that it is a surprise. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll wait in. First, a question, one more question on this issue of emergency vehicle access. Unlike Ramona, CalAv has alleys the entire length, and the building depths are about 150 feet. So do the alleys not work for that emergency access?
Yes, thank you for your question. When it comes to the alleyways, that only allows us one way to access the building. Per our standard operation, we need two means to access a building: for evacuation and or for making access to a roof for ventilation, which creates a tenable space as soon as possible for the occupants within that building. And so based on kind of our standard operations and the operations of the organizations that support us through mutual aid, having two accesses whenever possible is our recommendation.
Is it a requirement?
Chief Blackshire, if you want to chime in a little bit about the requirements of having access versus a recommendation.
So are we talking about alleyways that are?
Yeah, it's basically, and I kind of want to move it quickly, but the alleys on Cal Ave, they run the length, and the buildings are about 150 feet deep from the alley. Is that not adequate access?
Yeah, to be honest, I can't talk about what the requirement is for access. I just know what is required for us to fully function in certain operations. For example, they talked about the outriggers on the truck and making access. So, I mean, unfortunately, I can't state the requirements in the alleyway and what we would be trying to access. But we base everything off of the apparatus and the operation. So depending on the occupancy that's adjacent of the alleyway, we could probably, I would be able to make a better determination.
Okay, I think we ought to look at it. I think about like Cambridge and the buildings on the north side of Cambridge. They don't have any rear access. They only have a front access. So you can't get to the rear of the building from an alleyway. So they would have what's the current situation on Cambridge is what we would have if we used the alleyways on Cal Ave approximately for access. Now, maybe you want better than that, but I think we ought to just look at that. But more broadly, I want to first talk about that we've had for the last 2 years on Cal Ave a very temporary kind of haphazard design. And we've had a large scale absence of the office workers, both in that greater Cal Ave area and the research park. And those office workers were what were really feeding the vitality of businesses on Cal Ave. And we've had a reversal. We now have, we're having some comeback during the day, and that's great. I think it'll continue. But basically over the last 2 years, it was that additional evening activity, primarily from restaurants, that really kept Cal Ave alive. And I appreciate that it's really tempting to conclude that two things happened. We lost almost all the office workers and we closed Cal Ave, and then a bunch of businesses say, the problem with my daytime business must be because we don't have cars on Cal Ave. It's the office workers. And I've heard that from another number of businesses who know it. They're really tuned into it. So I just want to kind of put that out on the floor. That doesn't determine what we should do going forward, but I think there's a misconception on some of what's been happening. Also, just to note on the retail, I believe in that from 2018 to 2019, we had several retailers that were closed really because rents were jacked up. And that's probably what skewed that first column. Although it's really intriguing that since the fall of 2019, retail has rebounded 23+%. And I hadn't expected that. I did see in the questionnaire that for Cal Ave, we have about 40% of the folks who responded to the questionnaire or go down there say that they fairly regularly bike to Cal Ave. And whether people walk there or bike there, that's a really, first, it fulfills and is consistent with not only our bike and ped master plan, but our comprehensive plan. And through this whole discussion about whether we should be encouraging or discouraging biking on Cal Ave, we seem to not be talking at all about the guiding principles that we have, that we're trying to promote biking. And the other benefit for the businesses there is that it frees up parking spaces. We're seeing more biking to Cal Ave, but one of the really important things about biking is the advantage of where you're able to park and being able to get by bike to your location, ride to the location and park in front. And that makes bike riding really competitive from a door-to-door standpoint with driving. And that's an important consideration that we need to have. What we have right now is we're saying that Cal Ave is essentially an anti-biking zone. We want people to park their bikes on the perimeters. I can tell you that the bike rack, or bike rack or bike racks next to the main new parking garage are limited use, and bikers are going to use that as a last resort. That's not going to be where they're going to prefer to park. I did like one of the things that Philip brought up, I think in response to Councilmember Cormack, which is the spaces that we won't have parklets then become candidates for bike parking corrals. And there are going to be a lot more spaces there for corrals than we're going to need. And I think that's a good idea. It'll free up on Cal Ave when we expanded the sidewalks. We had room to put in a lot of bike racks on the sidewalks. Those have been great. But we would have additional space for outdoor retailers as well as restaurants if we utilize the empty parklet space in some cases for the parking. But I did want to follow up on something that Charlie Whiteants really drilled home on, which is we, as of so far in this 2 years, this part of why we have concerns on some of the winners and losers issue on Cal Ave is that we've done very little to really support the retailers. And I've been concerned on this for quite some time. And there are a whole bunch of things that we can be doing on both design and marketing that support retailers. And I think this should be a high priority. We don't have gateway signage. And my understanding was that there was stuff actually approved something like 3 years ago and somehow hasn't gone through. We don't have signage that points down, is it Sherman? Or Sheridan? Sherman? I always get down to the garage on, is that Sherman?
Sherman's on.
Yeah, to Sherman and Cambridge to direct people to where the parking is from El Camino. And we should be telling people, turn here to get your parking for Cal Ave. As some of the speakers have talked about, highly successful retail environments like Santana Row and Stanford Shopping Center don't have on-street parking, and they thrive like nothing else. I don't know how many of you have been down to Stanford Shopping Center recently. I was just there and I was shocked at how much it was buzzing. And that's a lot further walking distance to a car than what we have on Cal Ave or Ramona. So it's really about designing things in a way that make it a thriving district for pedestrians. Now, one of the other things that we've seen on the retailers was from the get-go of the closure, we had people walking down the center primarily and not on the sidewalks. And that was partly because we were supposed to have distancing outdoors. When that got corrected and we didn't need to have that distancing, and we really want people walking on the sidewalks to support the retailers. And on top of that, I think we want the retailers to be able to have goods on outside of beyond the 8-foot area, either in parklets or on sidewalks, to really make this an attractive retail environment. This is a practice that is done in Santa Barbara. It's done in Europe. It's even done on Cal Ave. The cobblery is much busier because they've done that on Cal Ave. They're now really a gift and cobblery shop, and that pulls people into the store. It's not so much that they sell the goods from the sidewalk; it becomes a magnet to do that for people to come to those stores. But other things on supporting retailers, additionally, gateway signs are wayfinding signs, electronic signs. For example, they do have those in Santa Barbara, and those are really key. An app for Cal Ave. One of the things that has been discussed is to have an app, and it could be one for downtown as well, and a QR code on every restaurant table, and you can see everything, all the shops and their sales, and when music's playing for that matter. And these are pretty simple marketing tools that could have big impacts. Charlie Whiteance had also mentioned concerts. Well, we've had in some of our summer concerts times where we had them down on the far east end of CalAb, near the Oval by the train station, and we have Molly Stones that used to have a Friday evening barbecue there, and I think we should be having that sort of entertainment there and not just in the closed area to draw people down. We have a new hardware store there, and we have Molly Stones, and we could really help these businesses. And then we had touched on last week about whether retailers can use parklets. I think, why would we say restaurants can and retailers can't? I think we want to support retailers. The restaurants are doing pretty well, and it's the retailers we need to be more proactive supporting. And I would strongly support allowing them to have parklets wherever they choose to want to do that. I think things like the Code Art and the initiatives that the Public Art Commission already has on Art on CalAb, all that as a package would be transformative on helping retailers there. All right, so see who's next. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for your work on this. I really love all the surveys you did, the breakdown of the data. I thought that was really good. It looked like you guys really tried to do a lot of outreach. And so, yeah, pretty good staff report here. Just to kind of go off the last comments, I kind of understand what you guys are trying to do with the bikes down the middle. Because I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to drive traffic to the sidewalks. So I get that. But I do think that the question that some of the people brought up about, well, how do people cross those bike paths is a legitimate one. Although I would say there aren't that many people biking on Cal Ave, well, even before. So I don't know how serious of a problem that's really going to be. But I do also wonder about the width, right? Whether it has to be so wide for the emergency vehicles, because that does seem a bit puzzling. Because I've seen many other closed streets that don't have that kind of width. I think also we want to go for cleaner aesthetics. I think that's really important because right now I think as a lot of people mentioned, there's a bunch of temporary tents and a bit of a shanty town look, and we want it to be much cleaner, much more inviting, much more consistent. So we want to go in that direction. But I think you guys know that already, and you guys are trying, which is good. The one part that I wanted to see if we could dive into more detail, and maybe you guys don't have it tonight, but it would be good if we could have this, is it looks like you guys actually tried to do some analysis on the sales tax. And this is something that I've been asking for some time, is trying to understand how much has the closure helped or hurt. And I realize that this is like the Cal F district or University Avenue district, but I was wondering if you guys have the data, if you guys could give us the breakdown of the parts of Cal Ave that were open and the parts of Cal Ave that were not open, that were basically closed to cars. And that might give us a better idea about what's happening. So it's kind of like the same tables, but maybe, there'll be like two sets of tables, one with the ones where the street in front of them were closed to cars, and one where the street in front of them was open to cars. But the same exact table, but just have two of them. So we can see a breakdown, like basically just like a perfect experiment. We can see how has the closure helped them or hurt them, right? And if you have the sales tax, I can imagine that you guys would have this data available. It might take some time to parse it out, but I think it would really conclusively tell us how the area has been impacted. So yeah, I just want to kind of pose that question to the city manager here and just see if that's something we could do, and that would also help settle a lot of people's fears.
Let me ask Mr. Guagliardo to respond closest to the data and our ability to parse.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. Once again, Steve Guagliardo with the Administrative Services Department. Looks like my camera is slightly out of focus, for which I apologize. Hopefully that'll resolve as I continue speaking. In short, it's not data that we have at our fingertips to disaggregate by the closure or what's open or by address. It is something that we are working on with our sales tax consultant and will incorporate into ongoing economic development efforts to better understand whatever option council decides on for the ongoing closures, so we can better analyze and disaggregate at that level as we go forward. At the moment, to do so would be possible, but would require a great deal of staff time crunching through the numbers address by address to pull it all together. Additionally, as discussed previously with council, sales tax is one element of the overall conversation. Community sentiment, business sentiment, all of those are also factors influencing the decision overall. Finally, I just want to put the final note on that we do think that the data by district is representative of a lot of the inquiry from the council member. It does show overall what you're seeing has less to do with streets being closed or open and more to do overall with those larger sales tax trends that we are seeing regardless of closure.
So you guys know what streets are open and closed, right? Because you guys are the one who authorized it. So we know that. And we know we have the sales tax for every single business, retail restaurant business, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what makes this a tough thing to do, because if you know the addresses of ones that have closed streets in front of them, and you know which ones have open streets in front of them, I guess why is it so difficult to do?
It's a combination of time intensiveness more than straight difficulty. So it's going address by address and aggregating it all together. And in the interest of bringing this item forward tonight, we did not have time to go through that.
Okay.
We are working with our sales tax consultant to develop that into the ongoing reporting for future use.
Okay, couldn't you just use a spreadsheet and add it up? I mean, is it really that hard?
Once again, it's address by address, it's closure date by closure date, and it's trying to get all of that lined out. Even with that data of address by address, figuring out how to map it quarter by quarter becomes a different story altogether as well. The closures and the openings don't line up evenly with the quarter dates, so figuring out how to report that conflates the data even further.
Okay, I actually could see that being difficult. Yeah, because it's not on a quarter basis, so we would have to estimate there. Okay, I get that. And for Cal Ave and University Ave, do you know what percentage roughly the district of the district where the streets open or closed for each, as a percentage of the street?
No.
Go ahead, Kara.
I was just going to say, no, we haven't computed that.
Okay. Because I know that there's a lot of opinion about this. Some people think it should be open, some people think it should be closed. But to me, it should be just a simple math exercise. We should look at what actually happened. We actually have quite a bit of data now, right? And so I think we should look at that and use that to decide the sentiment as well, but there's actual proof now. We've been at it for a while. And we've opened things and closed things several times. So we have kind of a nice experiment both ways. So I, for one, would like to see, I realize it takes some work from staff, and I realize you guys are always busy doing a bunch of different things, and I appreciate it. But I think this would be worthwhile, because I think it'll put a lot of people's mind at ease. Because otherwise everything is like one person's opinion versus another person's opinion. But really, I think what everyone really wants is the highest amount of economic activity. And it could be, keeping the streets the way they are, or it could be opening some parts or not. But I think this would settle the debate and prevent us from talking about opinions, which, a lot of it is very anecdotal. And so anyways, I think you guys are pretty close to having the data. And so I would really encourage you to try to go through and line it up as best you can and do the exercise. Do you know roughly how many retail businesses we're talking about here?
Within the closures?
No, between the University Avenue, California Avenue, and remainder of the city, how many businesses are we talking about? Like numerical?
I don't have that figure.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so some of the stuff we should probably know, but okay, anyways, I kind of said my piece, and I just want to encourage you guys to do this. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't see a bunch of lights, so maybe we're ready to consider a motion. I will offer to a motion to support the staff recommendations. And I'm not hearing a second. Oh, Councilmember Stone.
So I just wanted to see the staff motion again on the screen, but pretty certain I'm going to second it. Yep, I'll second.
Okay. So I'll just say that I think it's really important for us to move beyond the very temporary haphazard situations we have and improve the design and the support for pedestrians. I guess I should have added that I'd like to add one other component, which is to direct staff to develop a plan, including marketing, to support retailers on Cal Ave. Is that acceptable to the second? Yes. Okay. So I think I've said enough.
I agree with all the points the mayor made. I mean, and I think a previous comment that the mayor said. I do think a lot of I think a lot of this doesn't come down to necessarily the issue about these streets being closed, but an opportunity that we have to be able to create really a shopping and dining experience, both on Ramona Street, which is proving itself to be very successful with that, as well as California Avenue, which is experiencing success in its own right. But we're also seeing some of the shortcomings of the current temporary issue there. And I know this is not perfect. I mean, this is a solution to try to get us to that permanent solution. And I think this is a good step forward. And one frustration that I've not only heard from residents and business owners alike has been the lack of consistency. And I think that this is going to give that consistency. I heard some of the public speakers talking about maybe we should be reopening the street for the next 2 years while we come up with that final permanent proposal. I think, again, that cuts back against the consistency issue. I think it's really important to make sure that that we're maintaining this. And I can't imagine a scenario where we've had streets closed, we open them, we close them again. I think that would just be a mess. And then, I think my final thought here, which we haven't really talked about much. I mean, I think it's really important that we are getting the feedback from the businesses, both retail and restaurants, and glad to see that we added here a plan to include marketing to be able to help support retailers. But it's clear that the community really loves these closed streets. And I was just reviewing the survey data once again of residents and their experiences. And I mean, this is just absolutely overwhelming. And so, I think we're starting to see some positive trends with retail in California increasing. And so I think all this is moving in a right direction to be able to provide that consistency, hopefully get us to a strong plan. I share a lot of concerns up here about the emergency access and some safety concerns with the bike lane, but ultimately to agree, we need to stay consistent with SCAP goals and the general plan, the master bike plan, and this all helps accomplish that and move us forward. So that's why I'm supporting the motion.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Couple questions for, I guess I'm just going to have a lot of trouble supporting this because I can't see how this is going to change like 2A and 2D, how it's going to affect what we have on Cal Ave and what we have on Ramona. So it seemed from the staff report that implementing the emergency access lane on Ramona was going to narrow the space that the restaurants are currently using. Is that right? Oh, I see, Mr. Cameron, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if that's for me or the prior one.
Sorry, apologies. That's actually for the motion. I just wanted to get some clarification on the third item regarding the plan to marketing. Just and also I note that at the beginning of this we didn't note that Kara Apples returning to her role in the police department. And so Ozzie Arce, who's our new senior transportation planner, is going to be taking the lead on street closures moving forward. But I just want to make sure I understand what this plan to include marketing support for retails on California Avenue is. And it might be something that I need to ask the city manager for his feedback on kind of the result of that answer.
So two things. One, I should clean up the wording a little bit. It's a plan to support retailers on Cal Ave, including a marketing program. And I certainly don't see this as a transportation department initiative. But I had listed a number of prospective elements to that of both gateway signage and wayfinding signage and signage to the major side streets. Also, how we want to have retail parklets and retail on widened sidewalks, allowing those things, and then different aspects of utilizing art to bring people down there, supporting retail, and in particular, looking at proactive measures in the portion of Cal Ave that isn't closed and has not been having the foot traffic that we have in the closed areas. So those were the themes, I think, but there may be other creative ideas that others have that aren't in that list.
Sorry, and then to clarify that further, I just want to make sure we're talking about doing this for the interim period, not for the longer potential
well, I would say initiating it in the interim period, but I wouldn't think of a reason to not continue these efforts to help support the marketing there and the retailers there long term. There's nothing about them that would have to stop after the interim. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I should comment on that. I think ultimately that this number 3 could be a really significant undertaking, and a question certainly as to the magnitude of resources that the city intends to put into it, dollars ultimately, as well as some question of the appropriate role of, let's say, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as the retailers themselves. So I think staff would need to take this as a referral that will require some follow-up.
That's
and
the way it's
return
written,
to council.
but I would say it could have a wide range of impacts. Any of them would be more than we've done for the last 2 years. And that's a really important thing to recognize. We've had retailers who have not experienced the benefit of these changes as much as they could have, because we just haven't done things proactively to support them. And many of these initiatives that I was just describing are pretty easy and pretty low-hanging fruit. There are other things we might choose to do that are much more involved, but this is not rocket science. This is about how do we support retailers. And we've heard throughout this whole process that that's the question on winners and losers, and yet we haven't really done anything to help lift the retailers other than the overflow traffic they get as a result of more people visiting there on the restaurants. So that's the concept.
Yeah, understood, Mayor, and certainly would follow up as noted. I do think it's important to acknowledge that a large part of our Uplift Local programming was focused on retailers, including everything from the grants that the city provided, along with other businesses, obviously, as well as, quite frankly, we did establish the app and the ability for retailers to provide advertising of promotions, ongoing promotion through our twice weekly Uplift Local communications to the community, a number of support programs established. So I wouldn't
Okay.
consider it fair to say we didn't do anything. But note, as you stated, that there is much more that can be done.
Okay.
Back to me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So Ramona and 2A and 2D, how much space does that take away from what we see there now?
I can speak to Ramona 2A, Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you.
We have most of the businesses already on Ramona have preemptively moved their spaces back to provide emergency access, with the exception of one business which we're working with, which needs approximately a 36-inch adjustment to that space. So we really don't see a major issue on Ramona making those adjustments.
Okay, great. Super helpful. Thank you. Just in terms of the motion, I think F and G are parts of E. E and F seem to be what was combined in the staff report. It doesn't actually read correctly right now.
Right.
So I think F and G are sub-bullets of E.
Sounds right. So they'd be sub-bullets of E,
Or,
F and
or
G
can,
would.
yeah, or you can combine them. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Can you repeat what you said? F and G are, there should
So-
be an E.
They're really about within Cal Avenue closure. So I think we can have them be sub-bullets of E.
You know, you could just make E, F, and G all one bullet, perhaps.
No, I think this is better. Let's do this.
I think you're missing a lot of words from the staff recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, we don't have
Even
all
on
the
B,
wording.
you're missing words.
Yeah. So, okay, so while we're having discussion, we
You'll
can look at
tidy
the
that up.
staff
Okay.
recommendations and
Okay.
complete the wording in the motion.
So does staff, so, and since this is a staff recommendation, staff is not recommending any enhancements or aesthetic elements on Ramona? I mean, it's a question, so you don't need additional edge treatments or anything if we have a bike lane on Ramona?
Ramona, I was having problems with my mute button. Ramona will still need the edge treatments. The differentiation with Cal Ave as was additional enhancements to any of the spaces that were open and unused. And then noting that many of the enhancements would have and do take in consideration the farmer's market. The farmer's market footprint is a huge limiting factor in what we can do with available space.
Okay, and this is the enhancements are a bike corral and temporary public art and anything else?
Yes.
That's it. Okay. I'm still having trouble with 2D. I just feel like as I was listening to and appreciate the mayor talking about like, you know, what's the overall objective, you know, a thriving district for pedestrians. I had written down earlier space for people. If we implement a dedicated two-way bicycle lane now, will we be able to transition it to what one of the things that many people have asked for, and I hope we eventually get to, is like more of a park area, right? So that the central area would have greenery, reducing the heat islands and, you know, adding, you know, potentially even canopy to our, to that environment. How does transportation staff think about us putting this in there and then taking it away in the future to maintain the space for people to walk?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Help me understand how we're going to transition if we do 2D, a two-way bicycle lane, to the future vision, which many of us have described as space for people, thriving district for pedestrians, places for people, you know, like a like a Stanford, for example?
Yeah, so the real answer is under the long-term alternatives analysis, we're going to look at different options, which could include the use of a dedicated two-way bicycle lane down the middle or something completely different, and probably will consider various different alternatives.
Okay, I'm not prepared tonight to decide that for the next 18 months, we should have a bicycle lane down the center. I don't think that's consistent with the way people are using it today and the way that I have heard so many people describe the vision that they want in the future. So many conflicts people have described with bicycles. And I think it's perfectly appropriate to have them on the outer ways on Cambridge and Sherman and have places for them to park. So I'm not going to be able to support 2. And assuming 3 is return with a plan and that has costs, we're not committing to any costs or time tonight. Number 3, is that how staff would interpret this?
Well, I mean, you will, by default of making this plan, be burning costs and time. But I think what your question is will we be implementing what a potential plan would be and the costs associated with that? So no.
Okay. And did the maker and seconder imagine that this was just retailers on the closed portion of California Avenue or the entire business district?
The entire business district, because frankly, I think that some of the retailers like Molly Stone's, the hardware store, and others are amongst the greatest need on Cal Ave.
I guess the way I'm thinking about 3 is more about, when our economic development person arrives. I think this is more about creating, an economic ecosystem that doesn't just include retailers, but I can certainly consider it that way.
Well, if I might say that, I think that it would definitely be enhanced by whatever leadership from the economic development coordinator, but I wouldn't want to wait for that. And I think our consultant, Bruce Fukuji, would be able to really help further some of these efforts in collaboration with just working with retailers on ideas. And I wouldn't want to wait to do any of that.
That's fine. I just think it should be a part of the overall plan, which should not just be restaurants and retailers, but potentially even, repurposing the theater. That's be awesome to have something like the Menlo Park is doing with the Guild.
Well, so if I might clarify, this goes back to this question of how much of this is in the interim versus the long term. There'll be certain long-term things that we can't envision yet. This is really focused on getting certain things rolling in the coming months that will help those retailers.
Yeah. I wonder if you'd be willing to modify 3 to a marketing information program, which I think would limit it more to sharing information rather than doing actual paid marketing, which I can imagine someone looking at that.
Well,
and thinking,
we haven't determined this. There's a whole bunch of refinements here that we're not trying to. No, I wouldn't want to limit it to a marketing information program. Certainly could include that, but I think that's the whole point of the way we framed 3 was that this is going to be staff coming back.
Okay. And then just one final question on 3, if you don't mind, is it doesn't include university because you believe university is fine because it's not closed? Just trying to understand the rationale. I want to make sure we're not, again, picking winners and losers or doing something that is not equitable.
Well, I think some of the things we would consider on Cal Ave would be applicable to university as well, such as allowing retailers to use surplus sidewalk space, or even if they choose parklets, an app would be applicable for them, wayfinding signs downtown. So I didn't mean it to preclude university. I just thought that our focus tonight on this agenda is only Ramona and Cal Ave. It's not all of university. So I'd be open to us considering something similar for university, whether with the economic development manager or not.
Okay, so I will ask the mayor to split this motion when we vote on it, and I'll just note, thank you for the time. I see Mr. Kami has his hand up again.
Mr. Kami?
Yeah, thank you very much. Apologies. I just a little more question of clarification. I think that probably this just didn't get transferred over by the clerk, but I think we want to make sure that the inclement weather months get specified. What we had identified were November through March. And also, I believe this was something that Councilmember Koo had brought up, but in the report, we had mentioned the edge treatments no shorter than 36 inches and no taller than 42 inches, but I think to align with the discussion that occurred last week, it should be listed as no taller than 36 inches.
Yeah, so clerk,
Correct.
there's a number of things in the front page of the staff report under recommendations that aren't showing up in the motion yet.
So just a point of clarification, the recommendation came off the PowerPoint from this evening. You'd rather use the
I know,
one
I'm reading it off of
of the PowerPoint?
yeah, and that's staff
Of the
report.
staff report. So you'd rather use the recommendation from the staff report. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's great. That's what you.
All right, and just
Okay,
noting,
got it.
So that clarifies what the disconnect.
and apologies, this is really a question for clarification, but in the staff report, we put no shorter than 36 inches and no taller than 42 inches. In order to align with the discussion that occurred last week, we would recommend that they be no taller than 36 inches. And I think I believe that was something that Councilmember Koo had brought up, but open to your recommendations here as well.
And when we go to vote, I think I'm going to be game to separate the two ways. This is something that people want to address separately from the broader plan. So why don't we go ahead and separate the implemented dedicated two-way bike lane. And Councilmember Cormack, you're still wanting to separate 3?
Yeah, I'm just uncomfortable with it, not.
So are you
including
still
the other
wanting
parts.
to separate 3?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if we could separate the 2D and 3, and we'll vote on those separately. So Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'm having trouble supporting all of this as well. So again, I think on 2B, we were saying no taller than 36 inches and delete the 42.
Is it now no taller than 36? Is that what we're saying now?
I think that's, what Philip was saying.
Yeah.
And that's what we said last week.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. So let's correct 2B, simply no taller than 36 inches. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I think it needs to be 36 inches from the platform, which is actually the ADA requirements.
Okay.
I'm not convinced we want C at all. Again, last week we had a lot of discussion about dining outside. Having tents for 6 months of the year, again, I think it goes against the aesthetics. And I would prefer us just not allow it, and let's go to parklets and the improved aesthetics, and then if the weather is that bad and people would eat indoors.
So I struggle with that as well. And I'm wondering, so we would have basically 5 months until we hit in the cooler season. But first, what would be the, businesses need some time to make the adjustments. Ideally, they'd be making adjustments to permanent parklet designs, but we haven't provided those yet. So they can't right away go into the more permanent alternative.
Well,
And
we passed last week, we talked about, I'm just suggesting similar rules to what we have for the parklets, umbrellas, no end caps and things. I mean, that's just, again, it seems inconsistent that we would have large tents
So I'm trying to recall exactly where we left it last week so that on parklets, which is what we addressed, did we say that immediately they wouldn't be able to have tents?
Said for new things.
That's
right?
for new, but this is for existing. That's different. For
Yeah,
new
I'm trying to
parklets.
remember how we talked
Yeah.
about that
Now,
transition.
I'm recalling that we said last week, any new parklets couldn't be tented. Here, we're talking about how soon we require retrofitting of tents to something more desirable.
This seems to be worded much more positive direction, not that they're existing tents, but that we would allow tents for the next 2 years
Sorry,
or whatever.
what?
C seems to be written to encourage tents. Not to say if you have an existing tent, you can keep it, but that other people could add tents as well.
Oh, well, I'd be perfectly game to make it consistent with what we did last week to
Yeah,
say,
but they're going to go up and down. So, right. This is only allowed in November to March. So a large tent that's up now would have to come down. I would, the way I read this, right.
would have to come down this summer, you're saying?
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see that happen. I just want to make sure we're not, without understanding the ramifications, creating hardships through this
I just think it
adjustment period.
looks really bad. And then again, moving to the umbrellas or I forget what else we allowed last week, but anyways, so I have an issue with C. And again, you know, thinking about the businesses we've lost in California. I mean, we had Avalon Yoga was there for 40 years, dry cleaners, a dog groomer, Bank of the West. I don't think those were really necessarily commuter focused businesses. We also lost Subway, Antonio's Nut House, The Counter. Maybe those were more commuter, but they were also local. I do struggle with D. I think biking to Cal Ave is fine, but this plan is really a bike path through Cal Ave. And you know, when you reach a pedestrian destination, I think walking your bike or parking is fine. I think Councilmember Cormack just said, you know, route the bike throughway on Sherman or Cambridge. But I'm really uncomfortable with it. It seems at odds with where I thought we were going in the long term.
Separate that.
Yeah. You know, there were some comments about limiting the use of road paint, and I agree with that. And I do think we need to quickly get to some more design guidelines in this temporary time. It does look run down. It does look dirty. Councilmember Tanaka's brought this up a couple of times, again, about reorienting the farmer's market to have it meet in the center and have people walk on the sides. Mountain View's farmer's market used to be that way when it was in the street. And again, it just seems we're making it more difficult for ourselves. Like we're orienting everything, and then we're going to have the farmer's market and kind of flip it and have pedestrians walking down the middle of the street again on Sundays. It's not in here. I'd like to see the sidewalk width enforced on Cal Ave. We do have some that are very narrow. You know, the street does vary based on where there are bulb outs and things.
If I'm not mistaken, our action last week applied to Cal Ave. So I think we've already covered that, and I agree with you.
Does the staff understand that?
Is that correct?
We'll confirm, but I believe that's correct.
And then on what we're calling the marketing plan, you know, we have lots of ways to find businesses these days, Google Maps, Yelp. I'm not sure about a ton of signage. I do think signs to the parking garage makes sense. I support the idea of retail parklets, but I think the real challenge is how do you get people there during the day? There are times during the day when the restaurants are. And, you know, doing things like more events at night I don't think it's going to help the retailers. It's going to, again, bring people that are coming already for the restaurants. So, you know, I guess I'd like to vote on 3 separately as well, or define it a little better.
Well, I thought we were going to allow staff to come back with this. We're not trying to define it at this time. And
yeah. Okay. Well, I think if the goal is retailers, it needs to be when the retailers are open during the day.
I think that's consistent with the way it's written. Yeah. It's to support retailers.
And then one other addition I'd like to suggest would be, again, on Ramona, just to ask staff to consider that it is a historic district and to consider that in the requirements they come up with.
Okay. So where would that go? And how would that be worded?
Maybe G within the Ramona closure, have city staff develop requirements, you know, while considering the historic district. Or kind of yeah, supportive, I guess, of the historic district.
And did you want to include something under F that would request exploration of the farmer's market being back-to-back on stalls, basically?
I mean, has staff considered that?
Yes, thank you for the question. I did speak with the market managers, and I can say that the booths back-to-back is one of the least desirable ways of operating the farmers market for a variety of reasons. It's really difficult for them to set up and take down, and with spacing requirements, they have to also consider their inventory as well.
Okay, so can you explain how you envision if we had these edge treatments for this dedicated bike path? What happens on Sundays?
Sure. With the existing footprint, if you kind of imagine what the spaces look like now with the tents built around, we would be removing the tents and having an edge treatment. But there is currently space for the farmers market to utilize the space around the in-street dining spaces.
And if I could just follow with that, Kara, just to confirm, the question was what happens on the farmers market days, and I believe the bike lanes go away. Those are used by pedestrians on Sundays.
But if we used a bike rack or seating as an edge, I guess I was picturing there'd be more like barriers between the bike path and the street. Are those mostly temporary barriers, I guess?
No, they're not temporary. They're designed just for around the dining spaces. And, you know, quite frankly, with the farmers market, it's so full of pedestrians, bike can't make their way through it now as is. And we would have to supplement with additional signage as well.
Okay, I don't think I'll make a change for that one, but if we could vote separately on C as well, if we're going to leave that in.
Yeah, but you haven't really offered what would be alternative wording. I mean,
I would just delete it.
And what would be the saying that no large tents would be permitted from now on, or what are you saying?
Yeah, pretty much. It would be the umbrellas.
I mean, I want to see them gone, but I want to allow a transition period so that those who want to replace them with semi-permanent structures do that as opposed to.
I mean, it's May right now. There's time, and
Perhaps if I could, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Du Bois, a quick follow-up on the sidewalks. I believe that actually specifying enforcement of the sidewalk width would be appropriate. I was reminded that your last week's discussion was really speaking to the permanent parklet program and what would be a future case as opposed to an immediate case. And this might be a small example, but there is likely some transition that would be necessary for the businesses that are currently using the sidewalk. So perhaps you could refer it to staff that the transitions both for increased sidewalk width as well as the removal of the tents is an issue for staff to.
How about that we have both of those refer to staff to come up with, engage with and make sure that we've thought
but the
through
purpose is a
ramifications.
transition, again, to have the sidewalk width and to get rid of the tents, basically.
Right. But
not just an open-ended discussion, right?
That's right. But allow staff to return with a specific plan to achieve both of those in the timing. Okay, so then under C, if we change it to direct staff to return with a timeline to eliminate large tents and reestablish an 8-foot sidewalk width. Does that sound like it captures that correctly?
I think would the idea be the same as last week, that you can either use the sidewalk or parklet, but not both?
Well, I wouldn't be comfortable with that because like on Cal Ave, we have big stretches at Cal Ave where beyond the 8-foot, yeah, why not allow that to be considered? Okay. So then we drop the allow large tents only, et cetera. Second or good? Yep. Okay.
And apologies, can I get some clarification on G? Just noting that this is certainly something that we would do for the the permanent or long-term closures. I just want to make sure we understand what council would be seeking here.
The long term.
Okay.
If that's understood, I guess.
Yeah, we can clarify that. Develop requirements for the long-term closure that support the historic district.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And just noting that also C, we didn't get the 8-foot spec in there.
Yeah, G,
oh, right.
G should be design requirements, I think.
Okay.
Design requirements instead of just requirements.
And then G has 8-foot sidewalk width. I'm sorry, C. Okay.
As long as we're wordsmithing a bit, sorry, Mayor,
everybody gets a shot.
Council. The direct staff to return piece actually may, Assistant City Manager just pointed out, may cause a bit of a dilemma in that on the one hand, staff could be directed to work directly with businesses on elimination of large tents outside of the, what do we call it, inclement weather season. Otherwise, the requirement to return guarantees it won't happen until August, which makes it a fairly short window.
So what would you suggest?
A direct staff to work with businesses on eliminating large tents.
Oh.
And it's eliminate large tents. I think you intended to allow it during the rainy season. So eliminate large tents outside the rainy season or.
No, that was one of the concerns was
Oh,
whether.
I see. To eliminate them completely. Okay.
Yeah, and the question was whether we could get
Yes.
them to have permanent structures by the rainy season.
And apologies to the clerk. I think in G, we're missing the word develop in between staff and design.
Okay.
Okay, so
then back on the wording for C, with that understanding of the intent is we want staff to work with businesses on kind of a feasible plan that is as soon as we can have it done.
As soon as feasible. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's the wording we put in there. To work with, to eliminate large tents as soon and reestablish the 8-foot sidewalk width as soon as feasible. Does that work? And then we still want to break off D and vote on that separately. Okay, we've still got other lights. Councilmember Tanaka.
So just to be clear here, so for Ramona, is the plan still to have like just the emergency lane down the center with the bike lanes? I'm not clear on that right now with the current motion.
So where we have D was the concern, Tom, you may want to pay attention to, is the concern on Cal Ave a bike lane or is it on Cal Ave and Ramona?
Are you also asking me?
Sure.
Yeah, no, my concern is Cal Ave. I have to think about Ramona a bit. I don't know that any of the speakers addressed a bike lane. Currently, people do ride their bikes up and down, but it's such a short time frame. I don't see this as an issue on Ramona, but
All right, then let's put in there on follow that with bike lane on Cal Ave. Okay.
So the idea is to have a bike lane and emergency vehicles on Ramona then? Is that the idea?
That's the way it looks.
Okay, because Ramona is really narrow. And my concern here is you put that super wide emergency lane on Ramona. I mean,
well, the center zone is going to be driven by the emergency lane width, not the bike lane. The bike lane's narrower.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm just talking about the emergency width. I'm just trying to think of how it's almost like a one-way street then on Ramona, right? Because yeah, I don't know, see, imagine having.
Well, yeah, I would just note as you're contemplating that it is really difficult to visualize what 16 feet looks like. But I can tell you in the context of a street, it's pretty small. It's narrower than most alleys.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just trying to think of, because Ramona seems much more narrow than Cal Ave. And so how much of a park they're going to have left after you have that emergency lane?
So I can say that in the last week or so, or maybe 2 weeks, they've actually done that with the exception of one site that they mentioned. And, you can visualize it and it seemed to be worked fairly well.
Okay. And then, so let's say, D gets voted down. Would it just, people would just be walking there? Is that the basic idea? What would be, okay, so people would be walking there. The only issue I have with that is we want people walking on the sidewalks near the stores, right? Because that's what's killer for the retail right now is that, they bought a high street address or renting a high street address, and now suddenly they're in a dark alley because there's a Parklet or something else, a tent in front of their business. And so it's really tough for the retail. And so how do we keep the traffic on the sidewalks near the retail stores and restaurants versus I think traffic on those streets is not good for the street.
You're talking in Cal Ave or Ramona?
I think it applies to both, actually.
Yeah, so that actually, in my mind, is one of the arguments in favor of the bike lane, because it becomes clear that bikes go down the center, pedestrians go on the sidewalks, and that helps the retailers. So that's an argument I would make in favor of the bike lane, but we're going to vote on that separately.
Okay. And then, I mean, I'm not sure if there's any other ideas, but I think we want to drive traffic towards the sidewalks near the retail stores and windows. I think that's really important for retail. And then, so for farmers market, I'm just, I heard the discussion. I was just trying to think about how this works. Because for farmers market, then the traffic will be down the center of the street, not on the sidewalks, then, right? Is that how it works, or how?
That's correct. That's the baseline assumption.
Okay, I think it's, Councilmember Du Bois said it. We want to drive the traffic towards the sidewalks, not the center. And so I think, because it's killer for the stores. Okay, so I want to see if I could hopefully make a friendly amendment to this motion. So I think you guys heard me many times talk about this, and I'm going to talk about it again. But we have the sales tax information now, and I think it really behooves us, and for a lot of people at ease in terms of what we're doing, and also help guide us. But I think we need staff to spend some time looking at, basically the table we have on slide 16, but break that up to 2 tables. One table that has open street and one table that's closed street. And that should be able to allow us to understand whether, the whole open closed street thing issue is. So just want to see if the maker and seconder are open to this.
Open to what again?
To do the data analysis of looking at basically slide 16 and looking at it with looking at by address as to which one is open and which one is closed. So it's basically the same table as 16, but split it up into.
I thought that when you asked staff on that, they had explained the difficulty of doing that, and you had even accepted that explanation.
I do, but I think it's needed.
Okay, well, then I'm accepting the explanation that staff made and you accepted, and so I'll decline that one.
Okay, I might not have to support this then, but is there a second? Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Coop.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, before beginning, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get to item 15, or is it 15? Yeah. Yeah. And so I'm sure our staff has been intently interested in this topic as well, but we'll let them go at this late hour. Thank you for hanging. Unless you want to stay for the rest of this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify item number B, Mr. Kami, on packet page 161, at the very top, it says it's measured from the street level. So I just want to make sure that, is it the staff report or is it from the platform?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. I think I clarified it to the Parklet standards, but noting that we don't have any platforms at on California Avenue currently. So I think that we might want to say platform or street level, but I think in the case of California Avenue and Ramona, it would be street level.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Oh, and I think it is or, because I fully expect that if some of these businesses start moving forward with permanent parklets on Cal Ave, they'll want to look at our future requirements. If we're going to require a platform on Cal Ave as well, then that's probably what they do. But I think as you said, it's best to, for the time being, say or, whichever is applicable. That the 36 inches would be from the platform or street, whichever is applicable.
Just for clarity. Also, I see in our email, there is one of the property owners indicating that their business, which is office tenants, are not allowed to have private outdoor space or parklets. I believe at the last meeting that we had, we did specify and say that it is for all businesses who wishes to apply for one. Am I correct? I just want to make sure that we address that so there's not any misinformation going around in this email chain.
I believe that was certainly the council's intent and also reinforced in tonight's discussion. Perhaps in keeping with that, the item B that refers to dining spaces may actually be better framed as street occupancy, or actually it's public right-of-way occupancy because it could be either sidewalk or the street, so that it makes it more
Should
clear.
we just say retail or dining spaces? Oh, but that they don't.
I think the specific reference was to hold meetings in the street space. So it could be seating or other type of use. Now, again, as would be the case for restaurants, if an office user or office wanted to occupy some street space for whatever purpose, there would be requirements for what type of improvements were made, as well as maintenance and the like.
You said an office would occupy?
That was the suggestion I believe the vice mayor is referring to.
Right. There is an email from one of the property owners who had said we're being biased and restricting.
Oh, that they'd like to be able to create outdoor space for their workers.
And I would say that,
Okay.
if they want to have a space, they would submit an application for the space just like everybody else does, correct?
Yes.
I see enough. Thank you.
Although, so they're not a ground floor occupant.
It's an interesting scenario. I'm not certain of the particulars, but potentially it could be, again, to your point, an upstairs office where there's ground floor retail. There's potentially some competition for this space on the frontage, but again, that would be an option that we could make clear to adjacent businesses for their consideration and application of use.
Yeah, I guess I'd say I'm kind of, my first blush at that is I'm hesitant to expand it to the offices. They could use all the cafe spaces and everything else, and I'd like to expand it to the retailers, but I think opening that can of worms on offices maybe going far. So
I guess again, this is just to clarify so staff knows how to proceed forward.
Well, and I do think under B, we probably should consider saying around retail or dining spaces. So if we could add that to the B. Yeah, after the word around, it's say retail or, yes. Good.
Thank you. I also wanted to find out, this is public space, right? Public roadway, sidewalks, parking. We are charging an encroachment fee or the use of that space, correct? So there is a recovery or even more in terms of for the use of these
Good
public
point.
spaces.
We addressed it last week under the parklets. Does that apply? Did staff understand that that would apply to the Cal Ave spaces as well?
Well, I think that's a good question. Let me ask staff to confirm whether we've been charging even cost recovery fees to this point, and what our current expectation is for this interim period.
Currently, for the temporary closures, all permit fees have been waived to this point. We included in our survey a question about the level of support for fees, but we have not taken the next steps to do any type of analysis for what fee structures might be in place for the closed streets program.
So should we add a point that requests staff to develop a fee structure for Cal Ave street use?
Well, certainly if that's the council's interest. And again, just to distinguish it from their discussion last week we're talking about the permanent parklet program, so setting up fee structure for that. Tonight, potentially a fee that could be implemented in short order once we've brought back recommendations for what that fee level would be.
Okay, then let's go ahead and add another point that requests staff to develop an interim fee structure. Is that the best way?
Sure.
For Cal Ave.
What
And
about-
Ramona too?
And Ramona.
And
Yes,
Ramona,
yes, you're right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, for sure. Yes.
All right. Anything else?
No, I was just looking for where that, oh, there you go. Thank you.
Okay,
For California Avenue and Ramona.
correct.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember
Clerk.
Stone. Oh, sorry, was that, you good?
No, I just said thank you, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple just brief thoughts. First on the idea of offices being able to lease out these spaces. I think it's public property, public spaces. If it's an office space, I think that is going to then preclude the public from being able to access those spaces and use it in a way that is going to benefit the community. So I'd be strongly against that. I think retail, absolutely, but office, I'd be strongly against. Real quick thought on D. This has already been talked about, but it's not a perfect solution. I envision long-term and the permanent, this being more of a pedestrian promenade of examples that we've seen in Santa Barbara, Santa Monica, you said what, Colorado? So yeah, I understand the concerns for now, but again, I think this not only satisfies some of our hopes to try to encourage greater biking, but also what Councilmember Tanaka brought up, trying to redirect pedestrians onto the sidewalk. So I think that accomplishes both of those goals. And then just one quick question. Can staff remind me on Ramona Street, when you then get to the end of the closed portion of Ramona going towards University Avenue, what kind of barrier currently exists there? I mean, is it a continuous barrier that if someone's biking down the middle of the street, they then need to kind of go around it? Or is there an opening in the middle where the bicyclists can go directly through? And are there kind of thoughts on how that might be modified based on tonight's discussion?
Currently, we have water-filled barriers in that section of the roadway that are split. And so there is room for access by bicycles.
Trying to lean out of the way. I think it's my background right now. I don't know if you can see it.
It's the other side of the block, Philip.
Oh, but yeah, the same barriers though.
So it looks just like that, or there is an opening in the middle on the other side?
There's an opening in the middle.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And can I add something on the bike question? Because I do agree that we don't want fast bikes there, and there are ways that both from setting speed limits for slow bikes or physical things. And I would like to implement a dedicated slow two-way bike lane. Just add the word slow between dedicated and two. Right up. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Bird. I apologize. I did not think of this earlier, but these orange barriers, and I appreciate
enough.
Councilmember Stone bringing them up.
No,
Does-
it's like
does
slow children
two-
at play.
Does 2E, does staff interpret that to mean that you have the ability to redo the orange barriers? Because I don't want them to stay for another year and a half. And if not, because this sounds like it's just about distinguishing from the central area, I want us to add that. So 2E, does staff interpret that as you need to get rid of the orange barriers and do something more attractive?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great.
One of the options we are considering for those barriers is we're working with public art, and we are looking at partnering and doing temporary public art over the that would be barrier covers that would be changed out frequently. So we'd have different artwork.
Okay. All right. And while I have you, Ms. Apple, I would be remiss in not thanking you for, your service during this really difficult time to this important part of our community, and welcoming Mr. Arce.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll keep it short, but so on the other end of Ramota that Councilmember Stone just asked about, you still have cars turning in to potentially go in that parking lot, right? So there would be some kind of barrier where a car's not going to get confused and drive down the 16-foot lane. But would it be, if we replace, it sounds like you're not really going to replace these barriers, you're just going to cover them. But again, it would be a small gap for bikes after this half block. You would have a 16-foot wide path, and then it would squeeze through these little holes in the barriers. Is that what we're envisioning?
We would have to reconfigure the barriers and then probably use additional implements within that 16-foot gap that could be moved for the emergency vehicles. Maybe Ripon has some better comments on that.
Yeah, it's just another challenge there. If you have cars who could get confused, you want to make sure that they do stop.
Well, staff spoke about pneumatic bollards there. I don't know what time frame. That seems like that's a longer term project. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I think that would be a longer term
right
implementation, but that, there are, there's signage and other things that we can use to do that.
Yeah.
Accomplish that.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, and do folks want to split D out? Okay, so let's have, and Councilmember Cormack, did you still want to split out 3?
Yes, please.
All right, so let's first vote on 3 and then D. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
motion carries 4-2.
Okay, and let's vote now on D, on the bike lane.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
No.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I was really torn. I'm going to vote no.
Okay, motion is 3-3. Motion fails 3-3.
That fails on a 3-3. Okay. So then we'll go to the main motion.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka,
This is the main motion?
this is the main motion with the elimination of D because it failed.
No.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Councilmember or Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
motion carries 5-1.
Okay. I think that concludes this item. I know. This worked, but you know, it took shape. And so that means that we are moving on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to say on a Saturday night from around 9 p.m. to close to midnight, I had the privilege of going on a ride along with Agent Chris Correa from the police department. And I know he mentioned that Councilmember Du Bois has also done it as well. Highly encourage all of us to do it. It was really nice being able to see the work that our police department is doing on the daily. I got to speak with several police officers during the ride along and kind of pick their brain and get their perspective of what's happening in the department and on the streets, and really just I've done ride alongs in the past before joining council, but being able to see it from that perspective and be able to have that one-on-one was really great. And just, I mean, the professionalism of our police department is something I think we should all be very proud of, and really seeing them in action is really eye-opening. So highly encourage all of us to do that.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
First of all, I wanted to thank staff for the Junior Museum and Zoo and Rinconada event. It was really outstanding. The crowd was amazing, just a huge crowd. Also on Friday, it was the 42nd Special Games at West Valley College. It's kind of like the Special Olympics, but it's the first time it happened in the last 3 years. It was good that event resumed. I don't know about your ride along, but we caught a ton of bad guys. Yeah. No, actually, it was very sleepy, but it was good to chat. Obviously, we had 2 big items tonight we didn't get to. I do think we need to find time to catch up. We've got a very busy agenda coming up, so I'd be supportive of an extra meeting to catch up on those things.
Well, I would too, but given the challenge that we had on scheduling, this is going to be difficult to squeeze that in. Vice Mayor Coop.
Last week, Thursday, we had the VTA Political Advisory Board Commission meet, and they're starting to talk. Assembly Member Berman brought AB Assembly Bill 2181, which is the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority Board of Directors proposed bill to the PAC. And I think our council needs to start discussing some of these bills, in particular this one, so that we can provide a letter as to where we stand on this bill. Thank you.
Well, following on that theme, I attended the League of Cities conference and the lobbying in Sacramento last week. And probably the most interesting takeaway was the Peninsula League chapter had meetings with Assemblymember Lowe, State Senator Cortese, and Senator Becker. And both there and elsewhere, one of the strongest messages was that they said that our organizations and cities have actually a very strong voice that is influential in their legislating, more so than we realize. But they also emphasize that they need to hear from us as organizations, both the County Cities Association and the League chapter, earlier in the legislative process, because if our voice was at the end after the bill was in essentially a final form, then they are stuck with an up or down vote. And as opposed to perhaps being able to shape the legislation in response to our concerns. And one of the things that as the Peninsula chapter we discussed as a follow-up was, wait a minute, what can we do as a Peninsula chapter under the state league rules once the league as a whole has taken a position on a bill? The chapters can't take a different position, but preceding that time, we can take our own position on bills. And so that was a second reason for us to be looking at certainly not being able to do this on a high percentage of all bills, because there are so many bills early on. This is the dilemma we've heard from our lobbyist is there are so many bills early in the legislature. They don't know what final form they'll take. They don't know which ones will get to the end game. And so targeting certain bills that we really care about and going ahead and engaging in them on them either through our associations or as a city is looking like something we want to do more of, and they really wanted us to do more of it. That was fascinating. I mean, everybody kind of said, wow, okay, that's not the way we were thinking. So I want to share that. It does create new challenges, but it may be that we're going to want to look at more legislative guidelines and with like we used to have on the rail committee when we had guiding principles, and then we allowed a council committee to then take the lead on advocacy within those guidelines. So that may be something that we would do, but I wanted to share that information with everybody so we can start thinking about that.
And I just have to say, I feel very vindicated.
All right. On that note, good night. Memory of those people and their families and friends. Thank you.